Yep. No. Ah, yeah.
Chocolate, anyone?
What was the article?
We have 75% with sea salt, 70% or 70% with orange.
Oh.
Which this one?
Yeah.
Just pass it around. The salt one is quite nice.
I'm enough. So
Yeah.
let's record.
Yeah. That's recording.
Ready, set, go.
And why? Oh, yeah, I just need to share my screen, I guess.
He's recording.
Yeah, but I wasn't sharing. Okay, so that's Châtaigne, which is a tool that I'm using often for projects that involve multiple software and protocols and whatnot communicating together. The description of the software is like the guy says it doesn't do anything by itself. Yeah, sorry.
Are you sure the microphone is used?
Yeah. It was the matter was moving.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so the software doesn't do much on its own. It's just meant to be an orchestrator between different protocols and softwares. And among lots of things that it does, it has a state machine here, and it has sequences that are basically timelines, preset management as well, and also routing values from one module to the other, and we see what that means. So the first thing that you do usually is that you want Châtaigne to communicate with things, and those things can be protocol, hardware, software, generator, or something from the system. In our case, we can say, okay, I want to communicate with v4, for instance, over OSC. So you create an OSC module. Here you specify the IP address and the input and output ports of that module. And this is how you get input and output to OSC. Maybe I could start v4 to make a small example at the same time. So there I have my v4 module. What would you like to see? Like maybe creating a timeline and sending a parameter as OSC to v4. Okay. So the way you would do that is that you would create a timeline here, add a mapping track, which is a float basically. Roll some keyframes, and we can play it back. And now if I want to send this over to v4, I have this outputs thing here. And here if I click plus, it says VEV because it's the module I have declared here. And I can set a custom message to v4 where I say /myFloat. It doesn't have any arguments for now, but I can say, okay, I want a float argument. And because I created this thing, when I selected the track, it automatically links that here. So now when this value changes, it's sending on /myFloat, it's sending this value at this port that I have, this port that is defined here. So that's the basic thing on how you send floats to v4. Is it OSC receiver? $9,000, I think it was. That's it. And right now it's doing that. That's the basic thing. Then I don't know if we need to talk about the state machine or about protocols. Yeah. So state machine is this area here, and if I double click, it creates a state. And in the state, you can set up actions. Action is like something that can happen, right? So I create an action, and I can say that this is the condition under which the action will be triggered. And I can say, for instance, I will send a message from v4. Chatain is listening on that port. Send message, is it? I will send a message on /heartbeat. Be, I don't know, whatever.
When the value there is bigger than the contraction.
Sorry?
The value that comes there is bigger than a certain threshold.
So when this, okay.
Just saying.
Yeah, but
you can
that's
also put on LFO.
yeah, I'll put an LFO and it will just send it. So now if I send this message once, which is already the case because the pin was true, it means that here I should see v4 /heartbeat because Chatain registered that, okay, I received /heartbeat from v4. And I say, okay, when this happens, so that's the condition, you say what happens. And you could as well send a message to v4 as we did before, send a custom message. Or if I have another module, for instance, I don't know, another something else on OSC or any of these protocols. Let's do OSC, for instance, like when v4, so if we go that again, when v4 sends /heartbeat, if this is true, I can go to something else and send a custom message. And then again, I create a new message, I put a payload in there, whatever. But I could also control the timeline. I could also say, hey, when this happens, go to the sequence. There is my sequence. That's should rename it so it makes more sense. I have my sequence here. And I can say that when heartbeat equals 0, go to play the sequence called my sequence from the beginning. So if we pause that, now if I go there and I just send the message, well, it should play, but it doesn't. Why? Oh, yeah, I can simulate the action if I click trigger here, if I don't have any OSC, but that should be working. /heartbeat 0. Oh, yeah. Pause it. Yeah. That's how you do, like, you map actions to action, input action, then you can do whatever you want in the software. So now I'm in this state, but I could also say like state 1, I add a transition between them. I could also do stuff like add a trigger here and say when this trigger is hit, the consequence is in the state machine, toggle state, and you will go to state 1. And when I arrive in state 1, I create an action that doesn't happen when some OSC comes in, but on activate, I want to take my sequence and stop the sequence called my sequence, which is a weird thing to do, but anyway, when this trigger will be hit, that's what happened. This state became active and it stopped the sequence because I said that on this state, when the state triggers in, the consequence is stop my sequence. That's how the state machine works. They also have some sort of presets thing, like you can create here a variable group, they say, which could be seen like a data type. So I don't know, I could say my shape, for instance. In my shape, it has a bunch of variables. It has a float, which could be its radius, for instance, and it has a color, let's say, that I call color. Now I could, let's create a new sequence here where I want to animate that. So I create a color track. And here in the output, I'm setting the value called color in my shape. Okay, so now this timeline is writing to this variable here. So if I put something else, okay, so now if I inspect my variable, you see it's blurping to that thing. And if I'm using, there are something called the module router. So I'm going through lots of concepts. Tell me if you want me to go talk about something specific. I take this. The router allows to send data from one module to the other or from one place to the other. So here I'm taking data from custom variable. I have those two, remember? And I just want to send them to v4, no matter what. And then I can define the address like / my radius, for instance, / my color. And this is like always active. This is a data binding that will always be active. So if I go scrub through the timeline here, I can monitor the OSC output, and you will see that in the console here, it's when the cursor move, it's constantly sending that to v4. So this is how you would set up data binding. And since if you want to disable this data binding for whatever reason, you can say, for instance, that I'm in a state here. I create some condition, whatever, an action, and I could say like when this condition is true, I can also, I don't remember how to do that. I have to look for it, but well, you could as well. I don't remember exactly how to do that, but you can enable this or not as well. So you could like enable or disable the binding anytime. You could do that from a timeline. You could do that from an action. You can do that from anywhere. Everything is like, you can set everything from anywhere, which is very flexible. And yeah, I don't know if you're interested in like something else, more state machine, more timeline, more data binding. I don't know. It has the notion of preset as well, so I can create another preset. I say here, for instance, the radius is that, and the color would be that. But I don't use that feature much. And it has this morpher.
You can trigger presets.
Yeah.
What is the morpher?
Morpher is like the yeah, like you create a Voronoi diagram of presets and you can lerp between them, which is something you had in mind for Kairos, remember?
Just kind of 2D interpolation.
Yeah, but it looks buggy because yes, it looks buggy. I don't know why it doesn't let me create what I want here.
Just one variable.
Yeah, okay, so if I create another preset here, if I click load, it will load this preset. And if I click, it will load this one. And I can define the interpolation, default preset interpolation. Here I can define how it interpolates between two presets. So I could do, yeah, load this one. And as you can see here, it's constantly sent to v4 because I set module routing here. So that this is how I would set the binding. But I don't use presets much, to be honest. What?
I don't know. Not that intuitive to me the way to represent presets. More convoluted.
Yeah.
Yes, way.
Well, it's actually that simple. No, you just want a new preset, you create plus, you define it, and it stays there.
And the interpolation way is not set up by preset. It's global.
I think it's global for this my shape group of variable.
Yeah.
But I would like to see the morpher. Select the customer group. Ah, yeah, okay, sure.
Groups inside groups.
I need to put it to the Voronoi here. Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure. Randomize, cool. But yeah, I don't know why it doesn't show me the 2D graph. Anyway, let's not talk about this.
Can you have nested data types, like groups inside groups?
No, because here you only have target. I don't use that much, to be honest. I couldn't tell, but it looks like you only have those primitives things here.
Okay. Timeline is inside the timeline.
Target parameter. Sequence is custom variable, my shape. Yeah, no, it always goes down to a primitive type. Sorry?
Timeline inside.
Yes, that you can. So I have this one here. I can create another track of type sequence. And then I can target a sequence here. Like, I don't know, my sequence. And you see like the playback moves here. But I think if you shrink it, it will just cut. the timeline.
Okay,
Like if I do this,
so you can just copy another one of those there.
another sequence, you mean? Like the
You
first,
interpolate in between, or what happens?
I don't know as well. I don't use that very much. And here, this one is sending like a totally different set of variables. So I basically, if I just say this goes on slash my float, that's trigger, we can remove it. So when this one kicks in, it would just start sending that, but it doesn't have this notion of like binding to a property and figuring out what to do if there are multiple. Like
You can't compose.
I don't think so. It's just like stupidly sending things. But now I wonder what it does if I create another of these and add.
How do you use it mostly in your scenario? So it's more like a state machine?
Yes, mostly state machine and as like an orchestrator between multiple protocols and multiple software. Like there was a project I did that was the rendering was done in Notch, standalone exe in Notch using the Kinect and doing particles, whatever. There was a beta instance that was taking pictures and uploading them and generating QR codes so that people could download them. And there was another thing called Open Stage Control that was a web GUI to start the program, kill the program, start a new session, etc. And so all those programs were only talking to Chaten, sending triggers, and Chaten was saying, okay, if the UI sends me the command that is restart the computer, Chaten can execute the computer to command to restart the computer. Yeah, if it's everybody talks to Chaten and Chaten talks to everybody, but programs don't talk between each other. That's the way I'm using it mostly.
I have seen also the settings are interesting. You can set up many things in the globals.
Like,
for example, start on when the machine starts.
Yeah.
Things.
Yeah,
Or load this project on start.
exactly. This is what
super convenient.
I use it as an orchestrator. Like basically the only thing I do is that I tip that launch on system startup. So the computer start and Chaten's open. I can tell it open this specific project and then minimized, launch minimized. And the first state of my state machine is called init, and it's just a state that starts before. And when before is ready, it sends a bang to Chaten and then it enters the state machine.
Yeah.
So it manages everything. And Chaten is also, if you create this thing like system OS, so I could like create an action and say, when this thing is true, you can shut down, reboot, wake on LAN, process, open file, launch app, blah, 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 or even move windows. Like if you want to make a window full screen or something, you could do that. But yeah, as far as like for Kairos kind of thing, this is basically that. I mean, timeline, state machine, and routing, like to establish a data binding.
Starting with
Yeah. And yeah, for basically, yeah, you just declare here all the stuff that you want to communicate with, and then they become modules that you can say, okay, if this module does that, send that to this module. And
Internally.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, maybe should have prepared like a more concrete use case, because like right now it's just showing some random stuff. But if you have a concrete use case, you say, okay, I'm creating a web GUI and I want to control a v4 patch with it, then it makes more sense. But yeah, it would take too much time to set it up here, I think. But yeah, that's it. And the timeline possibilities are kind of limited. Like if you create another tracker and add a bunch of keyframes, you're not able to select multiple.
Or you cannot copy between tracks.
Can I? I think you can do that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the interpolation is like, yeah, I mean, you cannot set a specific lerping per keyframe. It's like change all easing to like elastic, then it works. So yeah, but I mean, it just has to be done. I guess it could be done, but the current state is that. And it writes the value directly on the keyframe, which is not. But as far as like communication between stuff like protocol, MIDI, serial, everything, PG link, whatever, it's all there.
Our, no? That we can
Yeah.
communicate
I think
ways with everything.
just interfacing stuff without coding anything. And like that, when using that, V4 can like focus on what it's supposed to do. Like, I don't know if it's generating visuals, whatever. And all the state machine and everything is handled in a separate program, which I like. And it's super stable. So yeah, I really like this part of this idea of module, and like you define a module here, and this is something that you can find then that you can have access to anywhere in the patch. In the
This is what I imagine, like this MIDI
Yep.
router or MIDI server that we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Right? Put it there, and then suddenly everywhere from your patch, from Kairos, you can just link to bind.
The cool thing it does is you can also create templates, for instance. In V4, if I know that there's a command that I'm going to use very often, I just create a template here, or I say it's like /la, which is not editable, and it has a float parameter. And then in this action, I could say, okay, when this condition is true, you have /la here, and you just set the value, and it's done. So you can register like useful stuff that you reuse often. Yeah, it's, I mean, for the timeline thing, it's not that evolved, I would say, but for a very simple animation, it's like just what you need. And yeah, the power comes from this, all of those modules that you can just plug anything to anything without coding actually. And you have a GUI, which is simple. And then the project is just a simple JSON file, so it's lightweight and versionable, I guess.
Nice.
But yeah, that's it. I would have loved to prepare something more, with a goal, but yeah, that's how it works.
Missed the first 2 minutes or something.
Yeah.
So you create a BDDB and something else, and that's just you can configure.
Yeah. So
yeah.
here you have all the supported protocols are here,
Yeah.
supported hardware, software,
Yeah.
whatever. In that case, I created an OSC module that I call BDD, and then I can say what is its local port and what is its destination port. And then I use this. This is like the thing I communicate with is that. And I can react to things that it sends and send things to it.
But it's responsible for one parameter?
No.
No.
Like I could do like here I can say now when that condition is true, send a custom message to VVV and it would be / whatever.
Okay.
And when that one is true, play the timeline and send another custom message to VVV. And then you can do or in here, like if this or that happen, or you can do an and if this and that happen at the same time, then this is how they handle conditions. But yeah, I think that's the most interesting part of it. That everything can be routed to anything. And you also have this preset and everything. Otherwise, okay. So here I can double click at presets that I can edit here, and then I have this cursor and lets me morph between those. So that's funny way. And of course, the position of the cursor is controllable via OSC. So you could have like, I don't know, a leap motion controlling that, and you learn between presets. That's also an interesting thing. Never had a chance to use it, but yeah. That's it.
So what we need.
Yeah.
What are these buttons near something else?
That's the monitoring here. Like if you enable that, everything that goes to V4 will be logged here. And if you enable this one, everything that comes from V4 to Chatang will be logged here as well. That's just logging.
The next one is just checkbox.
Currently some color. I've never used that.
Oh.
No, if you want to give it a color.
But we see the benefits, no, of this tool. Do we see the limits?
The limits,
Like, for example, I could never use such a software to make a live show
because
because I can't.
only because of
the
timelining.
Preset system is limited, and I can't really compose presets.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I can't be granular in the sense that I timeline something and then suddenly I override some parameters with another
Hmm.
preset.
So the presets are always color and radius, color and radius. It's not,
No, because he defined those.
Yeah, but you can't just set the radius and stick with the color. Is that correct? You always set all the variables that are defined.
No, because here I just created this color track only writes to the color field.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you want the other parameter to be static.
The presets. In
Yeah.
presets, you have 3 presets.
Yeah,
They are all radius and color, radius and color.
yeah.
I want to have a preset that only sets the radius and something else.
Like it.
Can you remove one of those?
None, just use none. No.
Well,
Setting.
Interpolation mode, that's how interpolation is done. Yeah, no.
To just
That's what you mean, no? Or
also, but
it's
I mean,
just
also you can't really
restriction.
compose.
Would like to have just a setting a few variables of
Hmm.
all the variables.
I don't think that's possible. I've never used the presets system much, so yeah, I couldn't tell for sure.
Can you connect in the presets?
Yeah.
One of the parameters can be connected from a live source.
Yes,
Okay.
I could do this. Control mode, it's either manual, expression, reference, or animation. If I say reference, I can say modules, BBB, parameters,
Okay.
OSC inputs. No. Values, and then it lists all the values that I have received in the past. And I can say, okay, hook up to this. And now in this preset, when I'm on preset 5, it will listen to V4 and nothing else. And then if I switch to this one, then it will be whatever is here. And I could define, yeah, an animation, is that? Yes, I've never seen that thing. That's
Yes,
interesting.
little timeline.
Yeah, that's a little, I've never seen that thing actually. That's the first time I'm seeing it. But yeah, you can define a short clip apparently. That's interesting.
It's a little sample.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But that's interesting. And now if I go back to this, it will listen to V4. And now morphing back to this thing. That's interesting. I never explored that.
And the community, I mean, the developers look very, very involved with the people. I mean, they are doing a lot of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy is like, there is a channel on Discord. He answers all the time and releases like beta versions, like preview versions very often. And it's all free and open source. And you make donations if you like it.
It's the best one I have seen so far in this way.
Yeah, I mean, it's
The community.
No, I
the
mean,
software.
Okay.
Yeah,
all these kind of things.
Lots of things that you would expect from like a show management software are there for simple cases. Yeah, I know that
I mean,
you have
it's
more complex needs than just this.
Yeah, I wouldn't do complex projects.
Yeah, I know.
Like design wise.
Yeah.
Controlling stuff.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Just state machine and orchestrating. I think
Yeah.
It's really.
Yeah, I think that's the main purpose, and the timeline is just there for
It seems so. Huh?
simple things.
Yeah, it seems so.
Yeah. But the orchestration.
99% of the cases, this is pretty much what the people need.
That depends.
But you are in the 1%.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think the only pain is that you have to manually, for now, you have to manually set up all the OSC stuff.
What? Use OSC query?
Yeah, you could use OSC query or Rabbit when it's implemented in Chetin.
And they have all the protocols. They have even Marathon link and this kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it has all that.
Yeah, man.
yeah, it has Ableton link, but I don't use Ableton, so I don't know. But yeah, lots of hardware as well. Pre-made like software queries. Generator, I've never used that. Never again.
Yeah, this is the thing. Also, it's not the tool to generate things.
No.
To get more of it.
Yeah, it's just
It's a very advanced routing machine.
that's community modules. Because if you write JavaScript, you can create your own module as well. And then like there is a VLC one to remote control VLC that we saw the other day. Yeah. Those are user contributed. So if someone uses Oronsky, for instance, and say, yeah, I want a chat-in module, just write it and
It's nice that they show up there. Like try to use one. What do you need to do?
install. And then
Download.
it should show up here now. Community module with motion. Yeah.
It's so like.
Yeah.
But do you know how to contribute to like a list online or what they add or?
I don't know how it works to have your module in the community section. I don't know. I just discovered the documentation about custom modules this morning, so I don't know. I know that there was another software I was using where you put a tag on your GitHub repo and it automatically shows up in the software, which can be a bit dangerous, but yeah.
There are some value generators. Like tools.
Yeah, but again,
you want another flow, for example. No?
it's called Signal.
Okay.
And there you
Set
frequency, whatever. And again, all those parameters can be controlled by your timeline
obviously.
or by anything actually. Just set a control mode here and you can hook it up to anything. And then the final result can be sent, could be added, I guess, to the routing here. And
a few nodes, and then you be the batch.
And yeah, they also have a dashboard. Yeah, that's fun. Like you can have any parameter, you can right click send to dashboard, it will show up here, and this becomes a web page available on the LAN so that you can control stuff from any touch enabled device. That's also useful to quickly debug things, or if you want to quickly check presets or whatever, you just send them here and boom, you got a website controlling your installation running. So, yeah.
They have already built in.
Kind of, yeah. But it's just a web GUI, really.
Yeah, but he needs a protocol for that.
He doesn't know yet. Yeah, I mean.
So he invented his own.
Yeah, it's really like basic, and everything. Yeah, the thing I like also is like when you are developing, say for instance here, I'm expecting an action from a WebSocket server to trigger this action, but the web server isn't available for whatever reason. I can always manually trigger it from here, so you can like quickly try stuff even if you don't have the real thing running. Which is awesome.
So can you open a website now and look at what is exposed now? Is that
For now, nothing is exposed. I have to send to dashboard. And now I have this button here.
But this you can view from a website.
And now, yeah, I could go to, I don't remember which port it is, but I would see a web page with just that. And when I click on the web page, obviously it triggers the action here. And anything could be hooked up, can be sent to this web page. Like you could even have, I don't know, like a scrub through a timeline via the web page, or monitor a timeline, whatever. Yep. So it does lots of things actually, but maybe in a simple way.
Very advanced.
Yeah. Yeah. But it doesn't have all those composition features.
Producing values.
The app? It's in C++. Yeah.
That's using choose object.
Yeah, exactly. It has this like getting started thing where they have like a walkthrough and they tell you, hey, click there, do that. And you say, yeah, I got it. And like a built-in tutorial. I think it's fun. Yeah. So yeah, that's it.
Super cool.
Yeah.
How old is the project?
I don't know. There's if you go to the documentation, there is like the story of the project, how it started. I think it started something like to control like small theater shows, and the fact that sometimes people are not programmer, but they still want to trigger a light or trigger a sound, or what it plays sound also. Yeah, by the way. And they don't want to program, so we created this thing to like hook up anything to anything without coding, actually.
And also in France, there is a huge theater scene.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yes, that's it. I don't have a complex project to show you how it could look like when actually.
that yesterday was also using it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's a secret project.
But then it's nice that you can say start on system startup, go into that state, blah blah, and all that.
That's what a project would look like. Project I was working on. Yeah, so simple stuff like that to show and hide stuff and move, translate stuff. But yeah, triggers. And yeah, the state machine has quite a lot of steps. But,
Nice view, he always done it.
where?
To the left.
It's not the only.
It's sometimes done thing.
That's probably what is linked to.
Yeah, I guess.
If you over some parameters in the bench, yeah, you see. Or some.
This is like a.
I've been there before.
Hope it from us
It's
is
crashing.
I don't know why, to be
You're
honest.
sending 23.
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, that's in the end, you can get like, yeah, state machines that looks like this. And lots of timelines. And that's the watchdog thing I was mentioning the other day. Like a watchdog in 2 seconds, which is cool. But yeah. Here, for instance, yeah, the thing is that I hit a trigger and then I kill before, start before, and disable the idle state, which is like this is how you do a watchdog. So yeah, that's it.
Oh, good stance.
I like it.
Ah, yeah.
I think in terms of UI, it was very
We
convenient.
actually started the project.
7, yes. I don't know.
I think at least the website, the OSC part.
Yeah, I think very well done. Do certain things like structure the logic of things interacting with each other.
It was already triggering stuff.
Well thought through.
Yeah, it's that sometimes you are doing something and you say, I would like to do that. And you search and you say, okay, you thought about it and there's already a ready-made thing to do that, which is, yeah.
I mean, this is relatively new. I didn't know about that.
Chatten?
Yeah.
I don't know how old it
Years
is.
old, maybe?
It's recent.
Along the years, I've worked a lot in different projects and had to create a lot of tools again and again. While those tools were functional, they were not optimized, nor easy to use. And once the creation is done, I couldn't let those tools to the artist and work with for them to continue. Yeah. Yeah. As both technician and digital artist, after a few years of private use of tools, I figured it completely from scratch in C++ tools. UI framework, no? It's an audio library, but it also has UI stuff. And yeah, that's why the name.
Why not?
Yeah.
Not totally.
It sounds so unprofessional.
Super what?
I find it a bit unprofessional.
Why?
I don't know.
They don't even
That's what
have
people
all
say.
the rainbow.
Ah, yeah, I thought that's what you were. Yeah.
That is being recorded.
Ah, yeah.
Streaming live.
But yeah, maybe if you want, Barry explains all the rationale behind it, and yeah, I mean, if you want to read it, it's all in the documentation.
Nice.
Yep.
Good input. Wait.
You want to go?
I just wanted to show you a few things that I was doing.
How can we record those?
He just joins the session.
Yeah, can you join the Zoom call?
I'll send you a link.
Yeah. I can do it.
Actually, we could even just stay there if you're comfortable and we stream there, your screen.
Yeah.
See it, no?
On wire.
Or you prefer, we can come.
No, it's okay. Actually, after that, it's like a bit, finish.
I like that it was, everything was like there. I
Yeah.
didn't have to switch tabs and go into the screen and that. It was all.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I don't know how we coded that, but like every single parameter of every single button of the software can be routed to any other thing. I don't know how we made that.
Data hubs.
Yeah.
It's a nice term for that, as a way to. I like bridges also.
Between data hubs. Can you allow them to share?
Probably.
So.
That is not artist, it's
No,
nice.
This meeting is being recorded.
and share the screen. Oh, yes.
Can disable this.
So. What is that? This is my kind of, okay. This is a system I built to control a day2, actually. So we are going to focus only on the editor, but I have many things we were talking about before lunch. This kind of MIDI server, audio server, OSC server. So I can create many channels. For example, here in the MIDI part, I can create I don't know, many channels, and also I can simulate them. And those guys are visible here. This is a kind of hub where all the parameters are joined together. For example, right now I have a modulation generator. This is just an LFO. I have audio analysis coming from the timeline. This is an audio track. And I can analyze the independent audio clips. I can create even more audio clips here and add them to the thing. I have more here. I don't have much audio here. For example, it doesn't read MP3, I think. Whatever. But depending on the how many audio tracks I have, they get analyzed, and I can get a mono or stereo or multi-channel, whatever. This is not so relevant, I think the most interesting part is the values hub. For example, I have a bunch of values here coming. So I have the modulation coming, the audio, and this simulated MIDI channel. And they are kind of added to each other. Here I can set up if this parameter is multiplied to the previous one, or if it's added to the previous one with a little list, or I can take the minimum or maximum. It's a kind of way to handle several sources, and I can, as soon as I have a control channel, I can go to my properties. This is all the properties I have in my tool. And for example, in the track, this is only 4 tracks, video mixer, but I have like a lot of, effects and everything. And for example, from here, I can map it to the control channel I create. This is all. At the moment, only works with floats, integers, and boolean. But pretty much the whole tool is created with those parameters. Even if I'm working with vector 2D, they are split on 2 parameters in order to work in this fashion. And also, I can create for all the parameters, I can create any kind of timeliner track. For example, here in the timeliner, now we have this entity, which is the kind of blending mode, and I can switch between them.
How do you say that the type of the track was blending?
You decide that in the target. When you create that, you say, okay, I want a control channel, or I want a timeliner channel, and they are also compatible with each other. They are added to each other somehow. This is very, very custom made, but it fulfills what I need for the show. And also we can access to the animation here. We can access to some timeliner values. For example, the beat. So we can set up also the BPM and everything. We have a kind of a signature here. And depending on the signature, I can get the beats. I mean, not super fancy, but it works on my scenario. Yeah. Just wanted to show you that, because I think, yeah. And also the way the control channels work, I can get also the value, or I can get the frame difference of the value. And I can create kind of ascending counters and this kind of things with different kind of values. So the UI is a bit weird, but you know. And also I have a smooth, okay, maybe with a damper, etc. So you can see it goes down with the damper. Every parameter can create also, every control channel can create also random values, depending on how often it's triggered. It's working now. Whatever. But you can imagine. Yeah.
We have properties and we have control
Yeah.
channels.
Over the properties. Yeah. And you can assign the properties to those control channels. So you can create control channels, many of them, and you can control your own properties with a different control channel or timeline parameter track.
But we have so many concepts in here. Can you just elaborate what
those are the properties here. This is the my pretty much what.
Like the final,
Yeah, yeah. Actually, in Denmark, yeah, this is a big record with a lot of categories inside. Actually,
each project, you have some.
yeah, actually I can change just the record and I can inject other records and all the properties are here. So, but I have to follow a certain kind of structure.
You have some project files and you can see the properties of each project.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the control channels are something different. It's just not properties, it's
Control channels are
not
just, this is a parameter hub, what we were talking about before lunch. It's a way.
Properties and product parameters are more or less the same thing.
No, properties are my connection to my tool, my final tool. This is just an editor to control the tool. I can also control everything from here, moving everything from here, but I can also animate them with the control channels or with the timeline. Yeah. The control channels are the parameter hubs we were talking about.
I still don't get
You don't get it because you don't see
no,
the,
because for me the global channels or data hubs or parameters, like we call it parameters, have a more or less overview of all properties you need in your project,
yeah.
and then you can maybe send data to them from like from text or
From
timeline
different sources.
or
Yeah.
or receive data from OC and feed that value into that whatever data property channel. For me, it's all the same thing, you know. It's
Yeah,
just
but for
different
me,
names, but you that have different concepts for.
For me, properties are just a connection with from the editor to my tool, to the final tool, which is just a graphic server. Yeah, it's a, yeah. And the control channels are one way to control the single properties. One property here is this alpha channel, other property is the blend mode. Yeah, those are familiar properties. Actually, it's called properties, this tab. And the other one is called animation. Yeah. I don't know if it makes more understandable. But at the end, for example, I can show you other projects and you can have like a better kind of idea about how it works. So I have matrix doesn't play any. For example, here I have like a big bunch of control channels, and any of them can control one or several properties. For example, make some space. This guy, for example, this guy is called increment noise. Is coming from a modulation. Actually, the source is called mod 0, which is this one.
Mod 0.
Mod 0. This is the source of this control channel. And this control channel is sent to all those parameters, which are the targets. So I can use the same source to control several parameters at the same time. This is just a kind of a counter that I use to animate a noise function in the program. Properties. I mean, forget the name of property. This is my tool. This is the graphics server at the end. In the graphics server, I have 4 channels. Each channel has a lot of single pixel shaders. and also some alpha attributes that I can control. And I can control them from the control channels and also from this MIDI controller, which is not here.
Control channel, do you define which property the control channel is affecting? Or is it standard? Or is it always, can you create a control channel now?
Yeah, I can create a control channel, an animation. So first I have to create control channels in order to connect them to my properties. If you want, I can start from scratch.
Yeah.
So I have the alpha channel here from the first video channel, and I'm going to create a new. Well, I'm going to do that from here. This is an empty project right now. No, but I always have this kind of super record that have all my parameters. Yeah. This is for controlling a very specific tool right now. I can change the record, but this is done directly in Gamma. This is the exporter application to control my video tool. It's a VJ with 4 channels. So for example, here I can create a control channel with this guy, which is actually connected to the time of the whole system.
So here you could say the time is the data source
Critical.
and the properties you will write to are the sinks, and this control channel is the glue in between.
Yeah, this is an eyeball. And for example, if I stop the system and I reset that, I go to 0. 0. Okay, let's start again. Fun. Or maybe we can do that here much better. And you can see that it's always jumping between 2 seconds and 4 seconds. This is the time of the timeline. This is one of the source. And then when I'm ready with the control channel and I'm happy with it, I say, okay, let's go to the properties. And I'm going to connect it to something meaningful because alpha, I can also connect it to the alpha. No? And I have this control channel available here, and I can bind it. Yeah, I pick it, and you can see that this is jumping. If I hover it, I see the value record in the model, and if I don't hover, I see the value running in the runtime. They can be also related, so they can multiply. For example, this value can multiply what I have already in the record in the model. No, it's already there. So I can say direct. For example, I can say this value is going to be direct connected to the thing, but it can be also, how was it? Here. So I can multiply, for example, the value. So you can see that.
But that will be true for everywhere where the channel is. If the channel is defined, I add myself.
Yeah. To
To
the target. For example, if I place here 0, it's not going to change because it's multiplied by 0, the original model value. If it's 2, it's going to jump from 4 to 8. The blending mode, in this case, this is per channel right now. Yeah, this is the target.
for everyone that uses the channel.
Yeah, this is the target adding mode, but I can also define the source adding mode. They are the same. They are direct. They override what exists already in the model. They add a value to the model value, they multiply to the model value, or they take the minimum or maximum. Yeah, and this is, I mean, I can do that in the source, and I can do that in the target, both of them. This one makes sense when you have several sources controlling one target. Yeah. And yeah, and we have also implemented this kind of behavior in the M control from Mbox, and we are using that right now for commercial projects and everything. Martin is happy with that because also it speaks in this kind of audio software language that, for example, a guy like Martin can really understand.
But didn't they do this M control, what, wait, well, how is this one, how is this your tool now?
This is a kind of addition.
It's
No,
an addition.
this is my tool,
It's
but
your
we
tool.
are using a similar system to control and control right now. Yeah. It's
Okay,
an
but-
addition. We have
Weird.
like an animation engine in M control
Okay.
with
No, so
timeliner and everything.
I thought M control was already that, but now I need a tool
No,
to
M
control
control is a way to design your own channels. You can
Yeah.
put 3D stuff, 2D stuff, Skia,
Okay.
layers, many things. But it was lacking of a good animation system. And then Martin thought that would be nice to have this kind of thing. And we start with the modulations and the audio, MIDI and OSC, and then we add the control channel. And also, if I create any audio input, for example, right now, I can also access to the audio analysis data. So, for example, FFT4, create a new one. And you have here FFT4-1, that means this bar from here. Yeah. You can do the same with OSC values, MIDI values. Yeah. I think this is what we were talking about pretty much, no? Before
Yeah,
that,
you introduce this middle concept of the control
of control child, that would be this kind of parameter hub that you can use to merge all the values, and this is your link to your application, for example. It will be also possible to get directly the values from all the servers, no? The audio server, the MIDI server, the OC one. But right now it works everything through the control channel.
You're trying to give a feature language and nobody wants to touch.
Yeah. I don't want to touch, guys. I just want to have fun. Patching is good for certain things, but it's very hard for me to get in the flow when I'm patching. Patching, I mean, I prefer patching than programming, but I don't want to patch in a context of a theater piece or something like that. I need something that works in a nice way, and I don't need to reinvent the wheel every time that I need to do a show. You know? And also, I have some functionalities in the global. I can load a composition on the start. I can set up the FPS, this kind of things, and yeah, and also I can record the result of a composition. In the, I mean, I have this is a video mixer. I can record in a non-real time way. And everything is going to be controlled by this application. Also, all the parameters coming from the timeliner are going to be running at this speed, no? At 1 frame per second, for example. And I can record and save PNG for that. Huh? The UI? This one is done in Elementor. Do you know Elementor? If you don't know that already, it's done in Elementor. There you go.
never use the word. I hate.
Elemento is the hammer. And also I have a matrix here, my Liva. So I can create many instances. So this is a matrix. This is each slot in the matrix is a snapshot of the whole data type of this guy. Yeah, it stores all the values, and I can also interpolate between them. So I can set up the interpolation time between them. Yeah, and I can, if I connect a launch path, they are static values. If I connect a launch pad, it's already, I can see all the slots, and I can navigate through the pages, and super convenient. You can create many pages. Yeah. Like in this project. And this is a MIDI controller representation that I have. What? What do you mean? Black means go to black. Yeah, go to black. And also full screen. I can connect. I mean, I can control many clients from this. I can have the editor here and like 3-4 computers, and I can control pretty much everything. And also I can set up VPNs and whatever. Yeah? Of course. I'm not a monster. You know? And also I can have several layouts in the MIDI controller. So I can set up many layers. And I can jump between layers. Layers are, this is a MIDI controller which have rotary encoders. So if I jump to other layers, I have a different set of parameters, and they have in different positions.
I see.
For example, now I want to control the alpha channels and certain things, but I can go to other page to control, I don't know, all the parameters in the volume or whatever, the generator or how they behave. And I can jump between them also with a MIDI controller. I don't need to touch the mouse during the show. This is the idea. And that's all.
What's the name of that?
Visualist. Super fancy and original name. Thank you. I mean, the whole concept is not a new thing. This is a thing. Actually, I have pretty much the same tool running in beta for many years. Also with a UI and this concept of an editor and a controller and everything connected to several MIDI controllers. And then, yeah, you know, I'm a masochist and I wanted to do the same in Gamma. Not super flexible, but it works for me. Yeah.
On the core ideas of what we were discussing earlier, there, right? You have the risk of over parameters, having this.
And this is the one good thing I think is super interesting is that you can have, imagine that this is our inspector, no? And you can have all the properties that you select from a module, and you can select from here the binding. This is what I meant when we were talking about a more.
But how is this record? How can I? A little bit hard to read it. Like, is it from the top start? Where's the root of this record?
The root is called Visualist, and it has like 4 generators.
These are in VL. These are fields. Like
No.
Gen 1, Gen 2. These are paths.
No, this is also a record inside a record.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
where does it start? Where's the outer? You know.
The big one is called Visualist, and it has 4 generators, 4
Okay, 4
tracks.
paths. And it has globals path. It has a postfix path, and so on.
Yeah.
And those are typed again.
Those are just records.
Again
inside the
records,
record.
and again
Yeah.
and again.
And also, I have real-time parameters which are not saved in the record. They are transmitted to the machines without to pass through the model. They are just sent because sometimes, like, you need to reset everything or this kind of things. They are also in other class. So I have this big record with everything together, a little class with some parameters that I need to transmit to the machines in real time. Yeah. But that's all. It's not
So
super.
for each project, you basically then re-export it. So you set up the super model and then you re-export and you have specific for this project.
And I can use always this kind of environment. So I just need to change the record.
You only change the record.
Yeah. If I need to create other kind of, I don't know, to control lasers, I don't know. I just need to change the record.
Yeah.
But I can use the same paradigm of control channels and audio analysis and this kind of thing. Always the same language. What changes is the output, basically.
Yeah.
Releasing the air and realistic
To animate
and to
things.
explore so that controller of any domain by any time can access movement. This could be something that could be attached to the tool and that could be recommended.
One thing that I forgot to mention, I can also interpolate in testing. Okay. Done, guys.
Make it available. And then can become channel Kairos, can become something another tool.
I think you need to
Everyone can contribute to
the feedback.
and feedbacking. Yeah. There. I could be sketching now using reflection.
This is done with reflections.
Yeah. The only thing is that we are setting the values with set value by path or
With value by path.
with value by path. Like you're using kind of VL reflection.
Yeah, thanks to you.
But one simple experiment that we used to already do it, bringing back the old Control K was expose things, and whatever you expose,
Or not even this path. I mean, through the editor, we can do a lot of things. Or do you want to do that directly in the UI?
how you do it, then it's still, no? But still, being able to flag things and expose them.
Tomorrow, 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Just one.
Yeah, but we can expose to many sources, for example.
They are just available. Then whatever tool you build, be Kairos, could be any static binding control, simply can pick from this list and operate on that and write to that. It's a very global thing, no? Essential thing to take control over your software. Yeah, which is just a representation. I guess this is something that's on your table.
I actually I don't know. So we had now different approaches and ideas, but what the data binding might look like, and we probably would need to look at the pros and cons of doing it the one or the other way. And of course, there was this idea with having global dictionary from string to channel, or
other scenarios, you want to have a data binding to properties of an object. And if you add field, then it's there available directly. And sometimes you want to be in this object-oriented thing, and you want to think about data types, and want to have an easy, direct glue to that. And sometimes you want to have just a big dictionary of random like parameters, like you have in Kairos. And glue to that, and I guess we at some point need to decide what exactly do we want, and is it push based? Is it just about values? Can we have different data sources that combine? And I think of course it's on our table. But we are here to discuss the details, and we're here to refine the concepts. And I'm not at that point where I say, okay, cool, now it's specified, let's do it like that. Of course. I mean, of course, it's there is a certain part of this data hub system needs to be solved on our side, but still not completely clear where's the control K coming in, where's this, where do we want to just access IO boxes that are there per statically once per patch, where properties are instance per instance, and also do we want to glue to input pins with control K or to IO boxes? Do we want to completely independent of all these things and just invent a data pool with IDs that you specify somewhere else, read from some XML file, or I don't know. So you can't have everything, I guess, or maybe you can, but it's probably then getting confusing. So we need to pinpoint a few elegant concepts.
I think that you should be responsible just for adding to the VL code. Having abstract channels, it shouldn't be your responsibility. That's something that a custom software could handle. Still, there must be a solid bridge to actual code in VL. That's the critical point.
And also to allow the developers and the users to register their own ways to do that. Not only the most common data types, but for example, if I want to control my very, very complex data type, I can be also able to do that in this kind of framework. Maybe I'm following you.
Write the data type. Right.
To register my own data type and to control this in the way I want. So not only a specific constraint to the floats and vector to these.
For instance, data type is stored in a field, and you want to be able to write into that field.
Yeah.
And you set that type. I guess that's part of the talk, you know, of how you make it accessible, how you can target code in all different aspects. Okay, writing to pins, writing to properties. When you write to properties and you have multiple instances of that patch, what happens? Are you writing each instance, or you're writing something that is always the same in all of them, represent the same thing? So there are many details, but still, I think you should just take care of that, because obviously, we saw in many softwares, you can abstract and invent custom abstract channels that you can map together, but that's another topic.
I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know, because
For
for me, it's not like we shouldn't do the mistake that we to say
Oh, there's this nerdy VL language, and then there are nice tools that are completely independent, have nothing to do with VL. We should look at VVV and think of Kairos as just one
It's an extension.
extension
And
of the tool VVV, and it should be in a since we're here together, we have the chance to make them communicate directly. It's not like we want to have some low level VL API and then build some nice high level tool on top of it, but we have the chance so that we can say, well, okay, I want to communicate from a data flow patch to a timeline, and from a timeline to some OC receiver and so on, or back to the patch. So on that level, they are all the same, and we should come up with some needs how to from a user perspective, what do we want to place in a patch in order to communicate with the timeline? What do we want to place into the timeline in order to communicate with the patch? Or I don't know. And if we pinpoint those needs, then we can figure out what the VL API should look like. But we should always come from that perspective. What do we need to make that a nice communication happen with, so that these are on the same level, and that you don't have to go through okay, there's this API and it's
The
a
first
level, and then we
thing
build on top of that, and
that we experience and we saw in the software, and also we talked about it, that okay, I have my scene with all my beautiful visual objects. Okay, I want to take control over it. Means that okay, I want to select that parameter, which is somewhere, and I want to control it. Then I want to take this other parameter easily, not finding everywhere. This already implies a sort of exposure mechanism. No?
maybe.
Or ways to.
You mean, no, I mean, there could be an extra window, like in your software area, where you just, okay, you say you reflect over the records and then figure out properties, and okay, you're working with data hubs. You were saying in Kairos at some point you were able to add parameters, right?
If you connect a class, then when you say new track, you can select from, you see the data type, going to the children, and you can traverse the data type and pick the right parameter that you want.
And you always have one root.
Yes, in that case, there was, because you connected to the binder, that thing. So if we forget about this and we don't need any more of that thing, we could have like, okay, what are the available entry points, no? But how do you specify that? Do you plug something in the patch, say, okay, this is my object that I want to take control over, or it's like very more generic? You can just, the entry point is the patch, and you can access everything there and do whatever you want with that. But still, this way of accessing the code and all these aspects of it is essential to then implement some very friendly use mechanism to just link, bind.
Yeah, sure. So, for example, you could have an IO, some IO boxes connected to timeline. Is already a little bit weird, okay. To an LFO, yeah, and then yes, better example. There are some IO boxes connected to an LFO, and maybe they have names, and then you want to be able to control them via timeline.
Beta style, Control K.
Control K, okay. And then the question would be, are these controllable, these IO boxes controllable per instance of that patch, or is it just a value that is there once? My guess is it's only there once, because you wanna maybe have the option to send values to that IO box, not only via timeline, but via other mechanisms. And then you want to be able to save the state of the patch and reload it later on next day. You want to go from take it from there. So this implies already, since the source code only exists once and the value only exists once in the VL patch,
Is a constant.
it's just it's a constant, so it's not there per instance. So IO boxes are different than properties in that sense. Properties are there per instance of the patch. I guess you want to have both. So you want to be able to control K a pet, and you want to be able to control K an IO box. And then the question is it really just that what we are talking about all the time, or do we actually long for something else? Because this is now very, very VL data type or patch centric, and I'm just trying to figure out the end user, is he coming from that perspective, or does he want to build up all the parameters and the project from a different perspective and just pinpoint those parameters, not with patches, but with a different tool, with an editor where we can boom, 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 place parameters, check, check, check there. And then there are ways to connect those data hubs from the patch and from the timeline and glue them via those proxies together, you know. So these are just completely different ideas, I guess. And so again, the question would be, how should the workflow look like? And then if we know that, how you actually want to work, then it's easier to figure out how the API should look like. Because I can somehow guarantee you that the one or the other way API is implementable from our side. The question is just, how should it look like?
Look like in terms of the first thing I would imagine is controlling fields. That's what I always do. That side, nested up by the fields, which is my software. And then I just access to it, then invite into the property. That's really be the
I
first.
would forget to the IO boxes.
Which means that if I have a spread of instances, I can still access each one of them independently and write into them. Target. Like imagine that we build a stride editor in VL. You can. You were saying how you have your custom editor where you put objects which maybe are not reflected into nodes. Still, you want to access and control each one of them. So, what is that? How do you do that? Still, there is a way to target that, you know?
They would just be their property, global properties, just global pool of properties. And you can define them and access them, read and write them, get notifications if they change.
This already would allow a lot of flexibility.
And those, of course, can be just, again, of your custom data type.
Yeah.
But getting notified of a property change inside a data type is a different concept again. But yeah, maybe both. what is the first thing you would like to express? I guess we still need to go back to the user perspective, try to accomplish the one or other project and specify, look at it and figure out the nicest way to realize this project or this project. How would you like to work? And then it's easier to understand if you want to define properties, the global properties, in a loose fashion and glue to them, or if you really want to do think in data types and data binding to those instances of that data type or to the I/O system. It's really different concepts.
Still, the basic usage is targeting something. You know, the practice with how we operate.
Yeah, I understand this as well, but my fear is we're a bunch of developers, and we might miss the other perspective, and I'm just trying to be the Sune here. I don't know, who might not want to think in terms of data types. Maybe.
I don't know. My mind, everything's on the No, in the sense that the patch is already an entry point, right?
Yeah, sure.
And everything that exists is somehow there, right?
And the existence of a data hub entity depends on the existence of a field inside your application patch. It's not like you could have a timeline here and a OC blah blah, and you just make them communicate via a certain channel that you just make up in the one or other tool. No, you have to go into your root patch, place a tag there, name it in a certain way, and then you can communicate via it. This is the difference. And
Why is that the difference?
because these tools.
Why does it have to be that way?
Yeah.
I mean, I can
See
see
how
how
they
the
combine-
node there, which is a channel, and we give it a name, it pops up in the timeline. I connect it to this, I don't know. I don't really grasp the.
No, it's just
Here, I don't know, that's
just
just,
different work.
it's just there are many ways how you can.
No,
There are
no.
many ways how data is stored, and you wanna basically target all of them.
I'm not. I'm just saying that that dynamic, like a dictionary, that always is there. Let's forget about the exported case, but maybe later on. But if you have a global dictionary that is always there and a node set that allows you to access this live database, let's say, yeah, that where you have a key and you can just add new keys and push values to it, get subscribed if values change, then this is something more dynamic in nature than creating new data types. Yeah, you could with such a database, of course, at runtime. We could develop tools that just contribute new channels on the fly and communicate via these channels. Whereas
you're arguing like it's one or the other. That's what I don't get. Why can it not just?
no, of course you can long for everything, but I'm trying to figure out what's the one thing to start with and what are the pros and cons. I'm just saying there are different ways of thinking about it, there's not only this one way of saying, okay, it's clear in VL, there's missing data binding in this and that way, and there, I just want to blah, 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 verbalize the different ideas, the difference on here, that when you said on the paper.
You control K, you expose it, it means that that's the channel, where everyone connects to. Another approach would be that you selected control K, you expose it, but that means that a channel gets created. And automatically this property binds to that. And that's something outside the property, which means that you can create another one which is not connected to any property or anything, it's just an abstract channel there, where you can still write and receive from, but still it's not reflected in any part of your code, right? So this little thing of
separating the channel
Yes.
from the
the
source.
channel is not the patch, the code. The
Yeah,
code is bind
yeah,
to
exactly.
to a dictionary.
Yeah, but that's, I think, that's hard, because that's not clear when does the value flow from the channel into the head. I don't know, that approach is for me already very tough, because there are lots of cases where it's not clear at all, I think.
Well, I mean, if it's like
No, but
unobservable,
wait a minute,
you can push it to it.
But we have already a reflection API to traverse any graph, any object, whatever graph you build, and you can read it and write to it. So I am not so sure what we are now trying to achieve by adding a channel there. I don't know. I don't get
The point
I
is
understand
that,
that,
that we just have a chance with, to come up with different. I don't know, I just wanna take the chance to be creative in what we could specify together, and then these are just ideas. Could be that in the end we just go for
So,
one specific.
then let's consider-
data binding to properties. That's it.
Let's
No
consider.
IO boxes, no dynamic channel creation. Okay.
Is the current API enough to achieve what we are discussing?
what want you exactly want to do this control K back, or what you want to drag drops things into the timeline. I don't know. This kind of this is the most. This
We
is
have
what
the
you
example that
think
we have
about,
this
no?
today, no?
How we do
Inspector, you select another
But Elias
inspector.
wasn't here then, maybe this is part of the confusion, no? Because we talked about this a lot before, no?
Okay.
So I could imagine if you already have a reflection-based representation of the graph.
Yeah.
You draw the graph first thing as the inspector. In the inspector, right? And like every data type is really meant to like all primitives. And if you have not a custom, like anything declared for some data type, it will be just resolved into this small units. And in the end, it will be just sliders. And then in there, you can say you want to control it in the inspector.
What does it mean?
You right click it. You have some tools access to your patch.
Some tool.
Yeah, like for example, this MIDI control.
Medium. Okay, so everything is delegated to some tools. So there's no magic happening there. The API will provide, okay, if you want to control it, this is the path to access that property. And then when you control it with that MIDI tool, you communicate with that tool and say, look, I'm interested in writing this property with this path that I received from the API. So this is the path, and connect it to your second channel there.
You would have to look what is the fastest way. Like if you just get a string and look at it in the dictionary, you know, that might get slow. So I don't know if you already have direct access to the reflection field and you can write to it directly. You know, and then have some, like in C# something where you could do it, like for the MIDI control, or something also representing it if you want to patch it. Yeah, so that you have direct access to
To the path.
the pad itself.
Yeah, but these are details also about how the API works. You know? But still, you will pass an ID of the thing. And either there's a utility that traverse and search for it, or through that ID, through the API, you can just get the pointer to the property. But those are details, no? And optimization, but still the mechanism is the same. We're just passing ideas. I'm interested in controlling this property, and you specifically, I know that you deal with MIDI and you have some channels, so I use that channel there and write into that property.
But it's not really about properties. Your thinking was just that you also just click on an LFO
And you set the
and you want to control this pin. Why do I need, you know what I mean? You just see this value, then you want to control it, right? You don't want to distinguish between, is it, I don't care in the end, no?
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah.
It's just
As
that-
users, we don't care. I know that you care.
Exactly,
But
that's
if
why,
I use-
that's why it should be done in a way that you don't care. You
Yeah.
control this.
So then
We should have
our
just
discussion-
regarding this.
Our discussion shouldn't be about.
It's good to have this.
No, it's just
This use
target.
case, yeah, okay. Let's just talk about this one LFO. Maybe I don't want to connect IO boxes, but changing input values that are not connected. And putting values in there is like, it's the same thing, like attaching an IO box. So the IO box is in okay. So we're talking about timelining IO boxes of the LFO. This is the case where we have one value for all instances of this patch, of the surrounding patch. And so there's a need for that already. So we can maybe write that down. We need that because there's a use case.
Let's try, yeah.
Yeah. And then we can come up with another example where we need to timeline the properties of an
Would that
instance.
mean
and
if you have like
should-
if you have 4 LFOs, you can control all 4 LFOs?
Of course, it must be like this.
If they are placed beside each other, yes. But if you have something like foo
I don't.
class and inside there's an LFO.
Get this guy.
There's no way to adjust different values for the hidden LFOs inside the foods.
No, but then in the inspector, you would have this food, and if you open it, there would be the LFO, and then you can control it.
No.
That would not be possible.
You would need to introduce CEOs, something that works per instance. So you would create a field, you would pause, whatever, just connect that to the LFOs, and then timeline the properties to different.
Guys,
That's nasty.
this is an historic moment, I feel. We finally tackled this shit. We witness it.
Why can you not individually address the multiple LFOs at the same level or the hidden ones inside of the pipe?
It's just
Messy.
inconsistent. It would be weird if we would allow this in VVVV because you can't save that state, and then you need to argue with other users that just went into the state and just demand, why can't I save this? And I don't know. It feels a bit inconsistent to have. What?
Okay.
Yo.
I can feel a feedback.
I hear some tone in my ear.
No, it's really important.
I bought coffee, by the way. I didn't want to interrupt earlier. There's coffee, please. Help yourself.
And if you are unable to, then ask me. I show you how to do it.
Coffee tutorial.
I show you how it's done.
How to make the coffee. We check that one in at least we get something. If we tackle this and you implement it tomorrow, this is already so powerful.
What is?
I don't know.
Coffee. I'm just feeling the spirit.
Okay, maybe I can tell you about this these ideas. So we talked, of course, about this data binding to patches and to like IO boxes and properties already in the past. And so there's this there was this idea IO boxes should be static because what would you want to display? Yeah, you open a patch. Well, you could argue, well, I want to see the values of one instance, but that's already weird without boxes. Now, if in boxes, like IO boxes that are only connected downstream, if they also only show values of a specific instance, then you lose somehow the trust what you see. Yeah, you can't trust that. Currently, you can trust upon one fact that IO boxes that aren't connected upstream have a constant value in them. If we now introduce the idea that you can write into the IO boxes, we have two problems. First of all, you don't know if you start up your project next time, will there be this value in there or not? Because maybe the IO box has another default stored inside in the model of the IO box, you know, in the patch. And what you see is just a temporary value for that one instance. Oh, maybe just display both values. Okay, it's getting easier, no?
Or it's blue bordered when it's being fed by something, and it's gray when it's the thing. Or something. Okay.
It's a bit weird, and then of course we already know that we can't save this in a patch because it's a constant. It's just there once. It's not there per instance. So
But the per instance could be saved in the inspector then.
The inspector. Where in the inspector?
Like you would have a preset file, which would not be the patch file, but the value file. Or you would, even if you have like multiple presets.
Well, it's a little bit hard to like VL is just this programming language where you can do whatever you want, and the instances could come from anywhere, and it's a bit hard to imagine if you have a spread of foo that ended up in these instances ended up in there. Where would you now store the data for all these instances in this one field here, or but maybe the instances are also stored somewhere else in
So
this
like
dictionary over there, so there as well, or I don't know.
If it's not, so basically I did something similar in my Java framework. And there you could have lists of objects. But in my use case, it was like then always like 20 of these objects. Yeah, and then you store something as a preset that was not something that, like whenever it got dynamic, you know, it was not serialized anymore. So, and it was not, it was pretty much just my tool, so I could just work around anything.
Okay, let me just tell you what we came up with and what problems we stumbled upon, and then we can maybe challenge the one or other idea, or come up with even more ideas and other ways to data bind. But okay, this was the IO box story and the values inside of unconnected input things. So these are constants. You want to have
like maybe a way to specify the patch or the class. Like you just have to specify foo, and then it's already clear what you mean. It's this type. Yeah, you are on the type level now. And then just the IO box XY, you want to control that. You're going, since it's only there once per class, you don't go via the instance, but you could go just via the type level. So the address to access this value would maybe be very short. If you want to access a property of an instance, you could have something like hopping from property to property, like you know from textual programming, foo dot property 1 dot property 2. So you're just going with this path into the object graph and end up at some property, and that's the address of that particular property of this one instance. And so you have a bigger path maybe, and that's the address for this one property you want to control. And then often enough, you don't have all properties only, but you also have often the case where you just have an application patch in their process node. You open it up. There are other process nodes which manage instances of a certain type. So the idea came up that well, actually, we manage instances of two LFOs. Like if you place a LFO here, LFO there, then you could think of it. Well, this is LFO1, this is LFO2, or this is foo and this is bar, or I don't know, AE. And currently, you can't name the instances of the LFOs, but maybe you want to. Maybe you want to be able to just give a name to this one LFO and the name of its other LFO. And now you can say, okay, application foo slice blah blah blah, and now you're in this foo instance, and then .a, .b, and you're inside the LFO. Stupid example, super stupid, because I don't know, maybe you can't go further inside because we offer the LFO and you can't control K inside the LFO. So it's super stupid example, but anyway. So name process nodes to access instances. And inside those instances, again, properties, but it's all about properties. It's just about making the anonymous properties that are managed by a process node, making them not anonymous. Exactly. So that the user is just free to, well, give it a name, and yeah, and then being able to control it. So yeah, that's the one thing, the property-based system, and the other one is the class IO box based system. That's what we came up with up to now. I can imagine both, but both is just with a path, more or less, that we talked about, a path to those data sources or the data hubs that you can write to. In case of the properties, you could also read from them. You could also, I don't know, maybe, but it's just data hubs. Okay, and the question is now, is that everything that we want, or is this just a subset of all the global data hubs that we are talking about? Do we want to have more that, or which of those
we always want more, you know?
Yeah.
But I mean,
steps, baby steps. I think when we reach this river, we will cross the bridge.
Yeah.
We can start, yes, prototyping the things, and maybe we can find an easier way.
And also, who's the boss of namings? Like, are you do you want to have a certain syntax and always want to like stick with the property names, or like in Kairos where it's parameters and it's a dynamic list or dictionary or whatever. It's where you are free to name it, no matter how the developer in your team named the properties. You can, as a designer, can specify what the properties are.
Maybe both, no? It can have an official name and I can give it a synonym, an alias, or multiple aliases, whatever. But then you of course have to check that there is no other thing that will clash with this and so on. This is another story.
I would go for just one, maybe path, and then the name is just the last part of it, which is the name of the property. And then there you could add some syntax thing, no? Maybe customize, but still is one path. One path that still reflects a graph potentially, you know? So like, yeah, it's like in the spectrum, you can still open a data type, you have all the properties, then you open another one. You can still imagine like a tree view, no? Which is an inspector.
But for the two LFOs, you would have like two names, right? So that's the issue. Like, how do you get the name?
Yeah, you would.
One would just default name, which is just generated,
Number one, yeah.
like 1 and 2, and then you could add, like maybe with an attribute, you could override that.
Yeah, or just on the inspector, you have a field, no name.
Yeah.
You can just write it.
But everything we've talked about so far implies exposing all the parameters in my patch, like all the properties, no?
No, just a few, right?
No, what we were talking about, at least before, it was you have a tree view of your entire patch and all the things in like every.
So in my approach, when I did it, I had like one attribute in Java, you know, in I think annotation it's called there. So and it's like CC control basically. And if you put that over a value, then you see it in.
That's what I was going to suggest, that maybe you want to opt in. But that
But that means, for example, for an LFO, yeah, if you have like all the values that you want to see of the LFO, you attribute that. And then if you have like in code, like 3 fields representing 3 LFOs, like for 2, you might want to have this CC control and for 1 not. So then you only see those 2 LFOs that you have provided with attributes. And then in code, it was also that for this attribute, you had to provide a unique name so that you can see like LFO1, LFO2 is already a name that you needed to take care of. And then in the end, you got those unique paths, right? From the application to the endpoint. So that could be something to solve it. Everything that is attributed is something that was the initial question, like what do you see by default? Everything and you exclude by attributes, or you see nothing and you need to include by attributes. So that is already like one thing to see. Yeah.
So we will need an attributes editor for the properties. We don't have it right now.
It's not we are not talking about it, but of course this is on the list.
I mean, if we go for this path, we
It's just an option. It's not that this is the only
it's a
option.
nice option. Actually, it solves a lot of problems. So filtering, I don't need to work with all the properties. I just need to work with the properties. It's not super ready made. It needs a bit more work. It's not just right click and
yeah. And in Unity, it's also like everything that is public gets into the inspector, or you add an attribute and gets to the inspector. So this is really what a lot of people in that space are used for.
I just was thinking about when you want to place two LFOs and really want to control those independently, maybe all the pins of them. Let's say the node is a little bit bigger than an LFO. Then the only idea that I was bringing to the table was to invent properties, because if it's per instance, if you not only want to have two LFOs statically, but also per instance of that foo patch. So first foo, second foo both have two LFOs. So now I have 4. If I want to control them individually, then the only way is to have properties for all these input pins, and those I can access. But this is very, very verbose to patch from every input pin a property and control those properties. So maybe it would be nice to have a shortcut and select the two LFOs, Control K, and what you get is, or Control whatever, and what you get is exposed nodes, which means all their pins get properties, not IO boxes.
Yeah.
And because let's just for a short moment, before we had this we invented already in our head, so it's already there. We have this value by path, so we have this path application already, which was name dot name, and then if it was a spread, then you had the indexing, then slice 3 dot and so on. One suggestion for me would be we add one addition here for the pins, like with braces. So I can then write la dot LFO1, and now with braces, and now I can write the pin name, for example, and so that we have like a way to say what we mean, that we can access either this or that, right? Either I traverse in the object and I go one step in the.
And that only works if it's
yeah, that has already the, as you see, if I now make this up, this little thing, this just with the braces to access the pins, I already are or we already see the implication that if that should be possible, our system needs to basically reserve properties, because as we can see, we can build different paths which all target different pins, right?
yeah. The way that it's shot, right? And then we should start writing down the stuff because it's done.
But if you connect anything to a pin, the pin is not. It's
writable.
It's not writable, of course. That would be crazy. And the other question will come up then: if that's possible, if an exposed node let the pins get basically accessed individually, what happens now if you change something in the patch as well on that node? These things now need all to be discussed, because you want to be sure. That's what Sebastian was saying in the beginning. This is hard because it would violate certain rules suddenly.
Yeah, but it has a bit of a send and receive magic to it, right? That what you see is not necessarily what's there, or the data is coming from somewhere that you don't know.
Yeah, but that's a little bit.
It's I know, no, it's a problem.
If you see there's a 3 on the LFO and it sits like nicely there, bam, you see the big thing, right? Nothing if you can do it maybe. And
Here.
No. Up in here, you right click, write 3. So you see, okay, there's a 3, but it's not. In this particular one case, it's not a 3, sorry. It's a 1. Because someone wrote a 1 from somewhere.
Yeah, but
this is
a
very-
UI issue, and then this pin is represented somehow different, so
Yeah,
you
there
know
should be
that
like
something is.
Should have an antenna here.
Yeah,
Why not?
like a Wi-Fi.
Someone is.
We already have
It's not like a.
Yeah.
But in Unity, it's also in source code, there would be a 3, but then you override it in the inspector with 5, saves the project,
It's the
and then the
same.
value is 5.
Yeah.
That's
For all instances.
for one instance, but the other one is still a 3, because
Yes.
you didn't select the other one.
Yes.
But I can't.
But then we talk about two values at this point. Always, we talk about, wait, do you mean the default static value, or do you mean this particular, you know, this is for me the start.
The UI overrides this thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, this patch could be instantiated 10 times. So we talk about 11 values then for this one thing. We talk about this 3 and 10 other ones. This is what basically in the end you need to visualize because you have no idea anymore. That's problematic in a way. I don't know.
This is if we work with the beans, but we work just with properties and we forget about beans and IO boxes.
Yeah, then it's becoming more clear because then you know, okay, I can't trust what I read here.
But
It's-
I didn't talk
could be
about
anything.
beans or IO boxes. I was always talking about properties.
Yeah, but it's
And
So,
also like
anyway,
in a for each
but currently we're talking about-
reason, you only
Yeah.
see this one guy. You didn't, you, like, we already have issues like this, you know?
yeah, but we just introduced another one. That's what I'm trying.
Yeah, fair enough.
We have already issues with this. It's already hard,
Yeah.
and now it's just becoming harder.
Yeah.
That's the implication of it.
But again, I think this is a UI thing, not a conceptual issue. It's more like how do we represent it in a way that it's meaningful to the user.
Yeah.
I wanted to throw in just to add to the box. In CSS, you have this idea of selectors, right? And because I was thinking, what if I want this value to go to all my LFOs, for example, or to certain LFOs that I tag with a certain attribute, you know, this is also nice. In CSS, you have this, you can refer to elements in the HTML DOM structure by their XPath, like, you know, parent, kid, and the names, but also which attributes they have. So all paragraphs that have this, you know, that have a border of 10, you can do things like this. All those things will be very powerful. And this is already invented and solved from shit like HTML, which is pretty messy. So it would be nice to have such features that I can say, okay, I will assign all these floats of different nodes even. I assign even this attribute, and then I can route a value to all floats who have this attribute, for example. Just to make
Yeah,
it
okay,
easier.
so let's say it would be somehow visible that someone is sending stuff to this pin. So that you need to be aware that this 3 there is not necessarily a 3.
Yeah.
Because some external tool is
Pushing.
there.
No, it doesn't need to be a huge thing, like this thing where you see this pin doesn't have the default value, and it's just slightly
But
bigger.
first of all, you would clearly see because the node is exposed. That's the first thing, I guess.
Yeah.
So that you would clearly see already, and then you need to know, okay, now watch out, because someone could send.
You could mark the page.
Also,
Someone
yeah,
could send data there.
I like the Wi-Fi, like radio.
Like in beta with the send and receive, if you overthink, it points you to who is sending value to that. In the inspector, you could see who controls.
But we don't know, right? We have no idea. I don't know what tool writes the.
I mean, there's a routing table somewhere.
No, what I mean is who writes the value in the. The API would need to be something like, hey, you can't just write, you need to tell me who you are. Otherwise,
The old
No, but
No, but-
somewhere you have to say,
You say
this
it,
is a
no?
data source, and I want it to write into this bin. This is somewhere, otherwise, how do you get the value in the first place? You have this routing table somewhere. So you could even display this in the tooltip, you know, like, oh,
Controlled by.
yeah, you're getting this data from that source.
For the media server.
Yeah, from the media server, or from the OSC channel 4, whatever.
It could be like an author.
Yeah.
That get passed in the writing.
Origin source, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound so bad.
By
Friday? Yeah.
And break, and then we.
Yeah, and then we
Specs.
implement it.
For tomorrow can be done.
Would be maybe cool to have like a an API to be able to export, to create these channels independently from the code, so that you have these extensions on it. Implement this OSC server that where you create some channels that are available. Where you have a MIDI server where you can still create some MIDI channels there, and they are available. You know, so this could be already very cool, because suddenly it's not really even related to VL and the binding to actual patches, but will still allow to have to build tools that can communicate to each other.
Exactly, yeah.
So this could be already very interesting and very powerful, because suddenly we can, in Kairos, we have Flips, for example, that already implements the API and can talk to any of those channel providers.
Yeah.
And you can have a very quick way to connect outside the world, or you know.
Channel
So
provider is cool.
we can, yeah. I don't think. I mean, we can, yeah. I don't know. This obviously should be something that VL provides, that VV provides, but this needs to be a common thing, not between all the.
You mean the channel provider?
This
The
API,
interface,
I mean, the interface, it
Contract.
can't be like in one of these, it needs to be shared, no?
Mhm.
Which means that VV needs to offer this. And maybe this is something very quick that we can do, can test. I think it's some,
And in a way, it's also,
using the channel that you did.
yeah, using the channel, but also it's very, very comparable with how you were modeling the parameters in Kairos, and you were saying, I think a track is the combination of a layer and a parameter, but you could also think of it in another way. And then you said, okay, and the composition has several tracks, yeah? So composition has several tracks, and there you have like key value, like parameter and layer. And you also could model it different, or think of it differently, and by that, getting a little bit away from the Kairos specific compositions. I don't know. Maybe this it's not like a track is the combination of parameter and layer, but it's we need a dictionary from parameter to layer.
I mean, for me, if there's this common API, my Kairos tracks could be just channels, in the sense that they are identifiable, no?
Yeah.
Same. Let's say in that case, it would be easy to use Kairos to build these extension tools. You could build like a MIDI server using a Kairos mechanism, where you even compose resources and then expose them automatically, you know? Or a timeline, it's one of these extensions. If you think generally, no? You can add tracks, like in the MIDI server, you add channels. So it's the same. You add tracks, and they are available, and everyone can connect to those. The principle is the same, no? So having this common way to have channels available, because they are targetable, that they are with IDs. So in that sense, that's the parameter that I have in Kairos. No, it's an ID, just an ID that I can identify what is that channel. That's it. If we can generalize this and have it integrated, then it's not just something Kairos specific, but it's something that we can share, and then we can immediately have tools, different tools communicating and sharing the same syntax, the same thing.
Currently, those parameters are somehow hidden away in compositions, and you need to get ahead on a composition. Maybe this one composition has different tracks than the other one, and
Now we're thinking about something that's globally unique.
I mean,
all
as a first step, we would say, okay, I have my Kairos timeline or kind of metrics, whatever. I just want to use it as is, as a tool. And then let's say I have my tracks and say, I want to enable this output channel, this output channel, these output channels. And those basically get exposed globally as channels. Like you do, I want to have this output pin, output pin, output pin, and they become output pin in the node, no?
Yeah.
Just you can, this track of Kairos then get exposed as through a channel globally. This could be without changing the internals of Kairos, no? Because Kairos abstract over these channels again. But still, I think that this could be something maybe easy to sketch, to try, having this global server, and maybe will simplify a lot when we try things. Like I could already implement easily a clip that simply target a channel. So you configure the clip, saying, okay, I want to receive the value from this channel. No?
Mhm.
Obviously, we need to consider types.
Yeah.
So this API should handle that. So I want to give me the list of the channels.
Let's mock up the interface design, not the contract.
Yeah.
We want a list of IDs.
I want to have all the list of the channels with this type.
Yeah.
And then you will give me the options, no?
That was what we have in data. When you control here in your box, it ends up in this server, so that you would send the list to it.
So this is already super powerful. It's so trivial and I mean simple, but would allow really to have tools growing and communicating to each other because they share.
This is what we did for Revolver the time I think.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to patch anything, you just bring reflection device.
It was like sending to.
And then receiving that.
So maybe without entering into the details of which is very complicated, and as you were saying, it is maybe something that you should first really put your hand into internally before team, because that implies some very drastic maybe decision at the core before. But still, we step back. Still, there is this approach, fluent approach on top that still would allow so many possibilities in routing.
I like to put it that way, because step by step, the approach where it's just the IO boxes and the unconnected pins and it's static, the static way before, that this gets exposed as channels or gets exposed in the same sketch. That I would say is easy on our part. That's something which could be feasible in this week to see. But this other one with the instant, this has much more implications, which are not like.
But still, I would think top down and say, okay, first let's think about this common channel system, and then you can say, okay, from this contract that everyone used, how do we could potentially inject it into VL, no? And where's the limit then? And that's okay. It would be the limit. Then maybe you would need to extend specifically the VL API to operate in a more refined way into the patch and the code. But still, I think that let's think about outside then the specificity of the code. And because so far we saw many use scenarios, softwares, all the software just simply map things to things, no?
Yeah.
That's it. So let's just solve that issue then. What do we need to do that? Yes, in the essence. What would make things easier, no? Just, I want to register a channel, and with this type, what I was doing in Kairos basically, I create a track and I make it, yeah. I add this to the local graph, and I add this parameter where I describe like this is the type of it. Huh? So it's like sort of registering this channel. But I don't know, maybe it's something that we can really do today, or I don't know.
Draft contract design for something very similar to the base.
Same level speed up. Like what's going to be at least is
We register? No, huh? You didn't start recording. How you started? Am I talking?
You're not sharing your screen though.
Completely different scales of things like this massive.
But so where do we start sketching this thing?
I guess, yeah, what do we need? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a programmer. How do I approach? How do you sketch this?
It's so.
Come here. You wanna? How does it work? With that, what kind of things should have this API?
So let's think about
Register.
the servers. Yeah, like there's a few concepts to think about. So we're talking, we have multiple potential types of servers, MIDI, OSC, NetMQ, whatever, sources of data, no? Yeah, but as a consumer, how do I know which ones are available? So we could have some sort of like a directory of available servers that I can query upon, and then I get this list, right? Like there is a MIDI server, there is an OSC server.
Like it was in Shatan, where you were selecting, okay, I want to connect that through the VOC or through the app, and then from there I can see what's available and so on.
Yes, but not only. What I would like to know is what servers are actually up and running, available right now. Yeah.
Well, because when you open an extension, this extension just registers itself.
Yeah. Now, when I create so that's what I'm trying to get to. So we want some sort of directory, to give it a name, where when you create a server of whatever type, you register to this thing.
Server register itself to that.
Yeah, so it's your responsibility as a creator of this server to register it on this directory, and then all the clients, whatever they might be, they only know about this directory. They can query this, and then based on the results of the query, they can then ask for the specific information of each of the available servers. For example, if it is an OSC server that I get on this directory, I can then query this OSC server description to ask what is your IP, what is your port, all these things, so that nobody ever has to go and write it down and figure it out for themselves. It's all coming from a centralized repository of information, right? And so my client can automatically configure itself to talk to this thing without me having to go in and manually putting things. Are we so far making sense?
Yeah, just how does this registration process happens?
On the server side or on the client side?
No, like I mean, I'm a user, and I have some stuff I want to control with OSC. What do I do? Is it an editor extension? Is it like?
Yeah, we need to figure that out, like how we implement it.
Now you create these servers.
Yeah.
This DDD server.
Yeah.
You create it means that in default will be that you press a short or whatever, and you have this extension, this OSC extension. And you, as soon as you create it, it registers itself as an available source.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Gotcha.
So that everybody can just target asking what are the available resources there and install them. which means that you store really like a path to a server and to a property, to a channel. Then if the server is not available, you still have the path. And maybe I don't know, you got a notification. This is not available. We can turn on red because it's still a runtime thing. But still, yeah, there's I mentioned a singleton where you register services, servers, and each server has a way to register channels.
Yeah, so
No?
a server has a configuration description, which will vary depending on the technology, right? Like for MIDI, maybe you don't need anything, but for OSC, you need an IP and a port. For NetMQ, you need an IP and a port. For HTTP, API, whatever, you will need a root URL or something like this.
But
And so
that's
on.
something specific that is not visible outside the server.
It is.
It's a private thing on the server.
No.
No,
You set
because
up.
I, as a client, want to be able to talk to it, like it might be on a different machine, this server, right?
If I have
It could
two
be on the
OSC
network.
stuff, I have to set up OSC A is IP that
I
and
don't
OSC B.
care how is it set up. I just see that what I need is that I connect that server and I get that channel. I don't care where he takes the channel from and where it talks to.
Well, then I'm not following.
Well, in Chatham, where you put the port?
In the server
In the
configuration.
server configuration.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
that's private.
No,
the
that's
server.
not.
What do you mean?
Well, it's not private. You have to set it. Like if you put a machine on the
Yeah,
LAN, I have to type
Because
the
you're
IP.
inside the server.
Yeah.
This is what I mean, but it's private internal to the server.
Yeah. Yeah,
Which means
but
that it doesn't need to be exposed through the API. From
I know,
outside,
no.
you don't need to access those settings. It's a private thing.
I would
Well, you're always, let's say, if it's an OSC server, I as an OSC client need to know what IP and port to talk to this guy on. Maybe maybe as an end user, this is hidden from you somehow, but the OSC client will need to know this
But the point
data.
of having this server is that we don't need anymore to care about the ports, no? That would be the essence of it.
No, we're adding a layer of abstraction that makes it look like that to the end user, but on the implementation side.
Let's say that that software is really well done regarding this aspect. In that regard, when a parameter wants to connect to also thing, it doesn't have to set up a port.
no, because it's set up once and
Thanks to
then.
the fact that server is already configured and
Yeah,
it takes
yeah.
care of that, right?
Yeah, but you're talking about two different views. Like as a developer, of course, you need to know that because you send a message to an IP, so yeah, you know it. But
that doesn't need to be taken care in the API.
No.
That's what I mean.
for the user, no.
It's a private thing of the implementation of the server, no?
Yeah.
It's like when you open the extension of the server, the window where you configure the port and whatever. But then the only thing that the server does is say, I have these channels with this ID, and this is what I expose to the world. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know, because it's okay, so far so good, but then on the consumer side, on the client side, you will,
What is the kind, like a parameter that connects to?
yeah, wherever you're pulling this data to, or yeah. So the server is the thing that is outputting data, and the client is the guy who's consuming this data, yeah? Just so we are clear on the terminology. However, whatever technology this server and client might be using, OSC, HTTP, whatever, you will have to connect these things on the programmatic, maybe not you as an end user, because we can automate this, but in code or in nodes, you will have to point this client to that
That's
server.
the point of the channel.
But that's
Is a type. The channel is what allows you to just talk about a channel with this ID, and this is what is going through, and I don't need to know anything else.
Yes.
That's the contract.
I don't get it. Like, how is the data flowing from that machine to mine if the client is not aware of the IP and port and
because
so
I
on?
guess this is all handled inside the brain of the server, so to say.
But
Right?
the channel the server provides, right? The server is the cause of the channel. He basically created it for the first time.
Yeah.
So if someone now writes to that channel, it's now his task to somehow write that back to the other machine.
Yeah.
That's why it's hidden away. It's like a, so you can write to the channel, you do it, and the server internally magically reacts and writes.
It's like if you're calling a function and it's happening inside the server, and from the outside you're just telling the
But you
server,
don't
hey,
know.
send this.
I don't understand. Like, I have a machine there and the server's there and the client's here. how is this channel between us created?
Set up, I don't know, HTTP, whatever channel server, right? Give it an IP address, talking to me, yeah. Somehow he, I don't know, queries this machine for something, and then he basically just, in this API tells you, look, I have 5 channels. And on this machine, you only need to write to those channels, and he takes care of writing.
Also, but then this OSC server will not be using OSC to talk to this thing. It will be using this other channel.
Yes,
mechanism.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the API.
Okay, I was
Which is
thinking,
like a global way to communicate data without being specific to different protocols and formats. No? It's a unification way to send around data. This is how I understand it.
but this is like we're coming up with a protocol basically.
Yeah.
That abstracts the other protocols. I thought the idea was to be able to know about many servers with different protocols, but still use them.
No, because as a user, you only care about value. You don't care if it's WebSocket or OSC. No, that's the point.
In Shatan, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah.
I believe you have this entry point, the OSC server, that is the only one that knows about OSC.
Yeah.
And then inside the software, it just bridging to the sources that are available there or there. They are all the same. They are just coming numbers, not incoming channels like stream. And I don't care how they get produced, where they're coming from. And that's the task of the server that privately knows, okay, I need to communicate with that computer or with this protocol and I will pass this data up and down. So, so confining this specificity to the individual implementations and then finding this common language where everyone talks to everyone in the same simple format. I think that this would make things very flexible. And then he already somehow did this sketch, this channel, sketch. So I don't know.
Okay, my question here is, what is this channel then? What
That's an observable.
over the network? How do I push these values through?
That's
What
the
is
server's
it,
job.
But yes, but what technology are we using for that? Is it UDP? Is it TCP? What is it?
Depends on the server.
It depends on this. Do we have like a menu? We have just.
Can we have another?
I can show you.
I think you can.
Show you setting, no?
Oh, you can, okay. Yeah.
But I mean, there it's running locally. This thing.
No, I think it's still.
Yeah, but it's good. You put there, you configure to say, you know, the OSC remote address is not allowed. But then you configure on that specific node or what was it called module?
That server will take care of translate.
Yeah.
This
Channel or
to something that is like that protocol, and so we send.
I understand that we are adding this abstraction and the client doesn't know about OSC or whatever, but still between one machine over there and one over there, there needs to be communication and this has to have a form, right? It is UDP or it is TCP or something. So what is this? Because that will have limitations, right? And that will define what kind of data and in what way the communication can happen. And if messages can be queued or dropped, or, you know, if we're sure that they make it or not, and all these things, that is also important, yeah? And also, if I just want, like, if it's a MIDI thing, for example, maybe I don't want to talk over the network to this MIDI thing, because there is a MIDI cable that is physically attached to this machine, and the data is already there. I don't want to repackage this and send it over the network locally to my own machine.
But that's not what we're talking about.
Okay, then tell me.
Yeah, I'll show you.
I think the perspective here is to just focus on one machine and the connections to the outside world from the perspective of this one machine. If you want to have two machines communicating in a way, then you need to think of the one server communicating via, I don't know, protocol.
Server is misleading because that implies
and the other
network.
one
MIDI
is
server is just
how is named?
module.
Channel, I don't know.
Module, and module can be protocol, hardware.
Okay, the
software.
idea that a different machine has all the channels and I just can connect.
Maybe-
I think that's
Maybe Randall
very advanced.
was already thinking to network somehow, because server maybe is misleading as a word. As he was saying. Here they're called modules. Now,
Like
you have a module which
if
is
you want to talk to OSC, okay, you set up this and you say, okay, the OSC thing I want to talk about, whatever it is, it listens on this port and outputs on this port, whatever. I set up the port here just once. But if I want to talk to MIDI protocol, MIDI, then I'm setting up a device and not an IP.
but that's something private.
And that's
no?
something that happens here once. And then here I don't know, create a track. Blah, 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 whatever. This track, I want to route it somewhere. I want to route it to the OSC to add the float argument to this. And here, at this level, I don't care about the IP, whatever. I just
In
say
the same exact way, you can route it to also the MIDI, right?
exactly. I could also say output, go to MIDI, go to control change on this channel, blah, 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 blah. And that's it. And then this guy takes care of sending the network, and this guy takes care of
Which
sending the
means
MIDI frames.
translating this message that comes through this channel into something specific of that protocol.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but that's interesting that you put what you just did, no? It was a lot of things you just did. You just set up a translation from this
Float here
from this track there.
to a MIDI thing.
Yeah, but it was then very MIDI specific. So you set up a mapping.
Yeah.
Which you just did and told it like, okay, this now goes there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you think this is already like
This is
too convoluted?
much more complicated than what we were saying before.
What?
Yeah, but I mean,
Because I said before, just there, if you write the channel is provided by the MIDI module or the OSC module, and that one takes care of writing it back. But that's not true. You did something else
yeah,
now.
because you mean at
set
the
up
value
a
level, I'm setting
very
up.
complex mapping here.
Yeah.
Between this track down there and this address up there, right?
Yeah.
Because here, this address OSC is completely something different than the address for MIDI.
Yeah.
It's here, it's a channel number, and that's a slash dollar. So this mapping, of course, needs to be configurable. So in other words, you need to be able to control this channel setup of those OSC and MIDI modules, probably.
Yeah.
I need to say how somehow you need to do exactly this.
I don't think so. No, because this is so this is the view over your module, right?
Yeah.
And these are the channels that are again with a shortcut. We created some configured where we, but this is not necessarily related to this value here. It's just a channel, a line out.
Yeah.
Right? Am I right?
Yeah.
What is this? I mean, is still the
No, this is like the output of this track. This is like
this is the output of T. This is a
that's this.
the source is downstream down there, in the lower part, and this now is like a routing table.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
okay.
you could have as well.
It's something specific service that the model there offer.
But you could
You
have.
can't send me things.
No. It's connected here.
Oh, I mean that this is something specific that is available only because this node, this module offers this.
Yeah, but still, there's like an internal, there's a connection now from that up there, and there it says how it goes to the end thing. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a step in between, and that step we did not talk about before. It's kind of like so I'm
But,
just not.
I mean, could it be also because you can also say in the OSC you can create those templates. Maybe that's what channels are. Like I know that to the OSC module, I want to send something that's called /la. That takes a float. And then from here, instead of creating it from scratch, let's get rid of that. I could say OSC template custom message because let's make it clear.
I mean, maybe we could think about it differently. We could say, okay, we have this OSC module and this MIDI module, and there I can add, if I can set up channels manually.
Yes.
So I set up channels there.
Yeah.
And I configure them based on that technology.
Yeah.
Okay, so they basically then provide this loophole into this other world.
And that's what I just did here.
This channel, then I need to find that channel.
But this is, I think, what's happening here. These guys,
but I need to find them now.
Yeah.
Connect them. Yeah.
but this is created, you see it here, but probably is in there.
it creates his own private channel in there,
Yeah.
configured in a certain way. But still, this is something that is managed by that guy,
That's
right?
No, not really, because, I mean, we're going with two things at the same time. I think one thing is receiving data from this thing, and one thing is pushing data to that thing. And that, when you're configuring here, is pushing data
Mhm.
from this source
from the
to
timeline.
that guy, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that, of course, will need to be configured per technology, depending on, if it's a channel name or an address or this is technology specific, yeah?
Yeah, both the sending and receiving, yeah.
But that's the template thing you're talking about. I would say.
Like you could, Randall, you could set up one channel, which you say that's where you know, okay, that's some remote server and he's broadcasting on that address, and you set it up as a HTTP, in this HTTP world, you set it up, but to get a channel out. Basically, the API is simple then, right? It was configured with your URL and whatnot. And maybe if you write to it, nothing happens because it just ignores, because it can't write back. But you will receive values from it. And then you set up another channel with HTTP where you post somewhere. Basically, you set up simply another channel, set it up manually, fill it all out. The post address is there, the blah, blah, is that. You give it a name, this new channel. And now we have two channels. One is basically always pushing data, and the other one is when you write to it, sending back. Now you can take those two channels, somehow rule it through the whole Kairos world, bind it with the Kairos world in our system. And the moment you write back into this one channel, then do a post HTTP and write it somewhere else. So in that sense, it's possible that we can say, okay, channel API does not have to be with this special technology.
I don't think,
specifics.
I mean, I don't think we need to exclude that. Imagine that you can ask for, you can talk to a server, one of these modules, and you can say, I want to connect to that channel, but why not to have like, I want to register a channel to you, in you. So you could say, okay, this is my ID, and then I could give a model, which is an object that is meaningful for that server, that it can interpret that, and it can configure a channel also with specific things for that technology.
Yeah.
So still, you would be able to request specific technology-specific channels, just giving a description of it that makes sense in that scenario, in that context.
Yeah.
Just to say,
just know it's, or you know it's a HTTP server, so it has a operation grade channel, and that operation will ask for a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
But
you will need to know that.
How does a channel know how to establish communication with each technology specific server?
I'll just.
Well, you have access to the servers, no? And so you have access to the functionalities of the servers. You can create a new channel there where you provide a description.
It's at the server level that this happens.
Yeah.
Like,
But who am I asking for the channel then?
That server.
yeah, the server.
Like,
exactly like this.
OSD server,
Like-
you ask, hey, create this channel.
What we are referring to channels, I think, are templates. And if I create an OSC template, it asks me for an address and an argument, fine. But now I create a MIDI server and I want to create a MIDI channel. Then suddenly it asks, do you want to send not on, blah, 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 blah. And then it asks channel CC number, blah, blah, blah. And then, let's say the OSC again, slash, voila. Give it a name.
And these are served templates that could be registered at the server side.
Yeah.
And when you ask a channel, you could ask, oh, okay, a channel with that configuration,
Yeah.
that template or that.
And now from the track, I can say, output the current value of the track to OSC, come on, OSC template, la la la. And I'm writing to the la 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 channel.
What would it look like to read from this OSC guy? to write into my value down there something that's coming from upstream?
Yes. So for that, you would need to send it something and it would show up in values here. Let's say I do this. Let's say I'm expecting someone to send me a float on float.
Hang on, but in our case, that would always be this channel special thing. It would never be technology specific anymore, right?
Yes, it is.
We're abstracting that, no?
It is, and then it's converted to a channel. But you have to tell the server that you are expecting something on that address, and then it's the server's job to provide you a channel with that you can reference to, no?
Then, yeah, I get it. I don't see how it's helping.
But because
But you still
channel,
have to know the specific thing on both ends,
yeah, of course,
and then it creates a wrapper of some
yeah.
type.
But it's to have a common like type, which is channel that carries data. And then if the data comes from the network or from a MIDI controller, that's the server's job. But you as a user, you want channels.
You just see channels.
You don't care if it comes from MIDI. You set up once that is MIDI port this and that, and then you just get channels.
I mean, you could always just set up from the server internally there, but also the server, since you can access the server, everyone can just ask for channels, certain configuration, but that's another topic. So,
And so the technology-specific communication is happening inside the channel. So this channel type would have to implement
The
ways
server.
to talk to OSC and
The server, because the channel is unobservable. So once you get a notification, it does its job. Like if I'm an OSC server, the channel sends me a notification, I take the message and output it via UDP. If I'm a MIDI server, I output it via MIDI.
so let's make a concrete example. I'm on OSC server. I create my track there, let's find another name, where I configure this is the path, okay? And once you create this, a channel gets registered globally.
Yeah.
No? Everyone can just listen to this channel or even send a message to this channel. I'm the server, I register that channel and listen to it. When something pushed to it, I know that I react to this change and I take this value and it's sending over OSC because I know how to do it through this address. Okay, but that's something that I do personally, privately here. And outside, nobody cares, nobody knows about the technology. And the same happens when I receive something from OSC, from that, on that port, and they push it to this channel, and everyone doesn't know where it comes from, but still can listen and react to the channel.
Think of it like an interface. And it's completely up to all the providers which actually implement it, what they do internally, but that's an implementation detail which we don't want to care about. The user doesn't have to care, he only cares when he sets it up. It's like any other interface, I don't know, like enumerable. You can say next whatever's happening now, yeah. So, but in this case, it's just you can subscribe to it. You get values pushed to you. You can write values back. That's the contract. It's nothing more which this interface allows you to do. You know what I mean. But once you call these methods, the server can implement however he wants to. That's whatever he needs.
Oh, I'm writing through the patch.
So this module, this OSC module, you can implement it. For each channel you create as a user, and it's configured already with class.
So I have an OSC server.
Even I would say even easier. Let's say we have this OSC module, and he has a method OSC module create
New document.
channel, create channel with the arguments like okay, OSC address, I don't know, some stuff. Now you get basically the public type will be channel tag, channel of flow. Internally, it's implemented because you wrote your own class internally, OSC channel inherits from channel. And basically you override all these abstract methods. You remembered what path it was, right? You basically got in at the construction time. Then you can have later this calls coming.
Create an interface?
Like, hey, here's a new value for
Yeah.
you, then you can
I mean, just copy the server over. Let's do everything in a batch. This is what I mean. Okay.
It's just from that moment on.
And as a client, I only care about this channel.
Only care, okay, what's the value? You push messages to be pulled back.
But then the client knows nothing about the
Outside,
technology.
create an interface.
That's the
Purchase, server.
I just
No,
thinking about, like, for
Yeah, but
example,
you can-
depending, I'm still thinking about
have to
network
do
and stuff, so this single machine thing doesn't sound interesting to me. But when you have a distributed thing, that's why I was asking, how is this data communicated? Like, in what specific form? Because depending on where you're
First-
working, you might
First, we should
have to
declare what
open
is a
ports, for example.
channel,
You might
like
be under a
make a
firewall
interface.
restricted
You can double click and type
context.
interface.
And there, it might not be
Oh,
so
really?
easy to
Yeah. Okay.
use UDP or TCP or
Oh,
HTTP.
Ah,
You know,
channel.
these things can vary. Maybe I have a preference for
Isn't it
whatever
already
reason.
default?
that I
No, it's-
would
it's
rather
not
use this
complete.
particular
So it
means
has
of
a
communication
integer
than
subject.
the other one. How are we?
No,
tackling
all you
that?
can use the channel. Is it already there?
Say, you know, the port, there's one port open. and through the
Let's leave it
router,
at
you set up,
forget about
say,
it.
TCP.
Channel as a, you can
Maybe
ask
this
on
one
the server, so
specific
put
port.
channels, get channels.
And then, of course, you need to know what protocol you are using, right?
Properties.
Like, how is the
Picture.
data communicated to the remote
String
endpoint?
to channel.
Like what serialization format? I don't know.
Channels,
how
let's call it
format.
channels.
It's something.
Ah, yes, and the
so-
type.
That I
Yes,
always see it's a little
dictionary.
bit easier to think of because there is messaging, it's already a
From string.
protocol also on that level.
Where is the comma?
And
Where's comma? Oh, wait.
where you just have slash address and then it already finds the whole
Channel.
format. But or something you just basically,
Needs to be.
the more of those modules you have, the more
For
flexibility
simplicity,
you
let's
have,
do it.
the more choices of technology you
What?
have, or
Should be generic, yeah, channel float.
what you can use. But in the end, it's
I think the channel should be configurable in terms of what, for example, what protocol it's going to
If we
use
go
as a channel,
out
regardless of
and-
what's.
and
what
copy the
technology
pin,
behind it is on the other end. Or a
what's the server?
maybe care for that. But I should be able to
This
tell
is
it,
the,
I want the channel messages to go
channel,
over
no?
TCP or to
Yeah.
go over UDP or to
make a,
or to be written on
property,
this file that everyone's
that's you
looking
set
at.
up on the, when you create the
Great.
channel.
channels,
And you set up the, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like you know, you have like
and
this.
then
this-
that's in here.
You have this
That's
small
a
channel you
input,
set
input.
up through the HTTP module.
We could
Okay.
even wrap it like
So-
that.
You configured it already, and that one broadcasts, let's say, HTML strings. But
Over what?
What do like that?
How is it
If we
broadcast?
wanna do it like that, we can.
I don't know.
Yeah,
if
we
internally
convert from a
set the
spread
HTTP
to a
client, I
channel.
don't know how these classes are called. And then it subscribes to the real
create
server
branch
and
from
translates
sequence.
those things, it
Create branch.
pushes it into the channel it gave you before.
No, I
And
thought the
you
whole
need
point
to
of
provide a
having
key.
this channel
No, no,
was
no.
to kind of avoid
like,
the original
From sequence.
technology.
The abstraction,
Okay.
we are talking about the channel abstractions, we only happening in
Okay.
this context.
The key value, probably.
Where
Yeah, try that
we
one.
use the channels that are.
No. No, try the first one.
We still have to
Other
deal with
options.
these protocols.
No, but let's not make things complicated.
Yeah,
Just for now, let's do it internally. Yeah. So
we
create a channel.
talk about different things here. And
Yeah, I would also
still
say
you need to
just
configure these forms.
put a for
And
each
you still
region.
need to know the IP and the port where this information is being sent.
Okay.
Abstraction
Connect
of
the channels.
is not happening
As
over
the
the
splicer.
network. It's
No, no,
only
the other way
only
around,
to
because
have
there's an
that
input.
the application parts are using these channels.
Consuming the thing.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's
Just-
nothing. It's
Sorry.
not this exactly that it's coming, becoming technology specific.
Okay.
Protocol specific.
Yeah, we
blah,
have-
blah. This is where the couple.
Key value pair split. Right,
Okay.
and then each one of those basically has the for each inside. Bring that region inside there,
Another question.
because we react on the channel, takes the value, Yeah, okay. which is the channel. But
if you have such a server.
The other one,
Um,
yes. Okay. And the key there is the address. No, sorry. Well, yes, let's keep it like that for now.
Server, please create a channel for me.
Why is it containing now?
I thought that channels
what
are with the entire software.
They can just set every dictionary.
You have to set it up
Okay.
somehow.
But we have one global, we want to.
No, there's something
Set of
For
channels,
each element of the dictionary, you split it.
dictionary, whatever.
Yeah, we want that.
And then
Let's
we
get rid
just
of that.
tell the OC server, look, those three
Can you check
three
something?
channels
Oh,
bind
sorry.
to them. In a way. Yeah, but because
Like, we need to start somewhere. If you want to
I
talk
want to
to
add
outside,
channels to the global thing, and then the second step, bind to the.
Observable
bind to
calculator.
the- bind to the channel.
what channel?
Okay.
Find what to what channel? The
So
thinking
now,
here was, I think, that you can set
here
up
we
a
can
channel on
just
the
do
OC
like that.
level,
It's easier.
Yeah.
and you can build a channel
So,
somewhere else.
When we implement it.
Okay, but it is, this is one.
Put it
But in
there.
your global list, you have now two channels. Okay. One was set up by Kairos, one was set up by OC.
Yeah.
Okay. And another way of.
And there we can put use a set cons.
The problem would be to say, well, I just want to have a database kind of thing.
Then you say the
when I
channel,
just think
and you
about my
say
project,
configure, and you give it a name here.
And those are covered by channels.
No.
And then there.
Yeah, it's not that visual in the batch flow.
Yeah.
We use more like
Just region.
either tuple or like set
Channels.
item
I don't
in the
have
dictionary, and we chain them.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You know, here are my channels.
And we have one.
Here are my.
Yeah, that's the
So we have an address and a channel. Yeah, no?
But here
on create, put a path in between with a create.
I have two channels already.
Let's have two channels. Right? One is full, the address. Yeah.
Connected.
So
This end,
full,
this end.
and the other one is bar.
A nice spot in between where it's technology independent. One have channels that are not.
Okay, that connected there.
That are, I mean.
Just connect
Yeah, but the
the
one
line
is
is, the
subscribe
other
to the channel in some form.
Okay.
You can even
So
cache
if you wanna have, if you,
set
how do you
items.
set up this binding?
Yeah,
You have this one channel,
just
but
make
how,
sure
what,
that
how
they
do you
don't
set it up now that
generate
this,
the
when you write
concept.
there,
That's
it actually triggers the.
just this is a configuration.
Of course I need to
That happens
Yeah,
once,
of course.
you know.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's
I
a
do
different
that.
thinking. It's like.
And
So
then
now,
you can say get channels.
Get channels.
Server bubble, and then I have channels.
I server.
in this other bubble, and I need to.
Yes, because the
connect
default is null,
bubbles
so
away,
I complained. And
Or if I just organize.
you just
in a
try get item.
ideal technology-free environment, all my,
Like it-
my
like it-
value, sorry.
and then I just connect to those
Slash foo.
global parameters that are.
Expose it as an IO box, so we
like
see.
just,
And then you can push set value.
position of the elbow.
Why is it?
Doesn't matter where.
Why
this
isn't it
position
happy?
comes
Why does it?
Right?
It's just.
Run the cache region.
Do I have endpoints that I connect to?
Right.
Or do I
One
have
open
middle
this
man
To just
because I connect to.
Oh, okay.
if you restart F9,
this second.
Okay.
set value,
Yeah, the idea isn't of a parameter. That's the abstraction.
and let's see if it's shut down receive.
I thought we were talking about, yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I
so it's just-
And then for the abstraction that actually the technology specific or.
And so it listens on the slash
Or
foo.
just put a receiver here in the patch.
Let's do it like that.
It's kind of implemented in the provider.
That, I
We
don't.
did it. We
No,
did
wait,
it.
wait.
Done.
Wait a second, wait a second. It's not sending anything.
Okay.
So now it's not sending anything.
But the principle is this one, no?
Yeah. Yeah, it's coming. Okay.
One habitat.
So, and ideally, no. It's not demo time, still not. Let's create the video.
I want my money back. Sure.
Because we need device and everything, no?
Send
Yeah,
it there
okay.
as well.
Well,
Just so that we can simply switch from this to the other one.
we should try the other way around, no? Like channel right.
I think it's to understand,
Yeah.
better to understand that this can comply to any server and just this technology. On a way. You discuss.
Yes, we discuss yourself, we want to do things.
We designed the event, but we never talked to each other. It's a great thing, you know. Software development.
I'm currently working on Ingui. Trying to open.
How does it work? Maybe.
I don't know.
But just to be clear, then the communication of the actual data is always happening still from the technology that it comes
Oh,
from.
no. I don't
So
know.
if it's an OSE,
Let's do out.
if it originates in or ends up
Those
in
are
an
the
OSE
licenses,
environment,
right?
then we are talking about wrapped up as something else.
Once it meets the.
And you put that inside for each.
Once
Right?
it reaches
Instead of
my
the-
Yeah,
consumer,
but then the dictionary
it's
is not
wrapped up
a,
as this channel.
it's not a string channel for
The actual copy.
No,
is
no, no,
not
I mean,
the original.
this, it's just especially, what is it?
For a moment there, I
Then you
thought
have
we
to
were
read the
introducing
message from that,
our own.
but it's not a string.
No, but inside, running
Controller
software,
out.
of course,
Ah, okay, yeah.
if it, points
It's me.
accessing the channel, that is very efficient way of accessing. Well,
Some configuration
of
of
channels,
this.
writing effect field, observable,
Okay.
okay. Get the value back, read from that channel, so of course, it's not technology.
No, but
True,
then
but
why?
at the borders, you know, at the borders, there's servers that boom, right, push, or see message, or listen, whatever. Or see message, push.
Where you set the device? Maybe the channel message and then you
Inside,
send-
by running the program, I just wanna
Channel control number. Okay.
Little
Plug in the
objects
patch,
that-
is enable the
hold the value,
the process
yeah,
node,
are able to push values.
state output.
It's just it's just a behavior subject.
Yeah, in that case, we just think about these generalized.
Then you see that, and send them as well.
Then you have this middleman.
I don't know if that makes.
When it leaves the machine,
Let's
you
see,
have to.
Oh, wait, if you're going to send it, let me just.
But then, okay, so
For each
let's
one
take
of
the
them,
OSC just for the
we-
sake of the channel. So
Let's
this OSC
let's
message
go-
generated in some server, it comes to me.
Because it's not a
There's
string,
some,
you should
something
create a
there
record like MIDI.
turns
channel.
it, translates it, or represents it as a channel on my end, on the
I would
receiving end.
say.
But that would mean that this, who is this thing? What is this thing that wraps whatever comes as a channel? What is this?
Doesn't have to wrap it as a channel, but just convert it into.
Once.
Yeah,
Patch
there's
stuff
the
now.
hashing thing,
Put
which
the
is
other
a
data
secret
type,
knowledge.
which is MIDI channel.
Yeah, so
side,
this
but-
technology provides, I say, that
Do we have
that
some
kind of
MIDI channel?
this translation layer between the channel, like the channel communication, like this channel that we use, then, yeah, this is kind of
Has
the
a
thing that we provide.
ports?
Provide all the
What is it
stuff
already?
to take care of. This is the translation.
Channel and
Channel
number.
and system
All
number.
the protocol specific stuff is really in this provider. I'm sorry. Introducing more channels here. This,
Channel and.
I think we really are talking about the same thing here.
Number.
I'm just confused.
Yeah, I think at the beginning, I was confused too, because we are thinking, okay, we don't need to communicate the ports and stuff.
Now we go
We don't need to
from,
communicate the ports inside. When we use
but
that, we
then
don't
this
use
needs to
the
be generic, this
when you want to
interface.
consume
No.
something or push something.
Oh, yeah, we parse it, okay.
So,
To generate,
actually
so
Split,
yeah,
third,
so,
okay.
And then I think you
took it as that
So wait,
we
I'm
kind
running
of
something else like.
we would
Yeah.
introduce something like a protocol that does this handshake, so to say, and then kind of
Here.
communicates which ports are assigned and everything. I think this is where the misunderstanding is, because this is not the case. Everyone that needs to connect through OC that's running on this machine, if I want to
need for
connect
each
from my
one of them,
machine to that machine, with
Create a
server,
channel.
with
This is a
server running
control
that,
number.
still need to know the IP address, still need to know the
Channel.
port to push and
As an end user or as a.
anything that's happening outside that we are context.
No, it's not.
But yeah, my suggestion was that this is all this configuration, technology specific configuration
Channel number.
information is
Yeah.
stored in
That's
this
right.
sort of directory where all the providers register. And then when you request a value on the client side, you as an end user will never know IPs or ports or anything other than for this directory entity.
This also go
Right.
out.
And this guy provides for each one of the available services or servers, provides the configuration data that the consumer client
Be in the
then
dictionary here.
will automatically use to establish communication.
That's what I meant, like.
So our
when we
region
have
also
something like
has
that,
name,
like
right?
the initial handshake, so to say, and then communicates the client-specific credentials or whatever. And yeah, I think this is not a
This is the key that we use to build.
Yes,
the
because I think this would.
Then
yeah,
expose.
is what I think is really
Right.
important.
I don't find it so complicated.
And I mean, yeah, you still need some kind of translation layer or some
Right.
kind of endpoint.
Makes sense.
That's,
Input
kind
of
of a
channel
master
Yeah, we
endpoint
don't
that
care.
you
But
can-
isn't it?
you still need to
all the time?
need to know, okay, this is
For one entity, yeah.
Like this
for
channel
when
process.
it's-
No,
then
no.
you
It's
have this
consistent.
kind of manage, server manager, so to say,
Okay.
that communicates all the client specific,
Okay.
all the.
Device is common,
detailed
whatever. So then we have
Kind of all the
that's we need to
protocol specific implementation of kind of
have
uh,
this one.
good take care of.
Right.
It would be
In the
nice.
patch.
Yeah, but we, I mean, even if we don't go that far in the configuration,
Yeah.
so manual,
The calls and
when I consume a channel.
It's insane. to think about it, huh? It's like, I don't want it.
When I consume this channel, it's again OSC, let's say,
From where?
so OSC server is over there. I have this patch here that subscribes to this channel.
In that case, you can, in the basic configuration, you couldn't subscribe to a channel.
Simply
In that case, you subscribe to the OC directly. In the basic.
One.
With that translation layer or that server manager layer on top as a
switch.
that then
Where is
you
it?
can kind of
Ah, come on.
use the
Okay,
channel.
so under the hood, an OSC message from the OSC server comes to an OSC client running somewhere in my location. That's hidden from me, but you know, there's OSC happening. This guy talks, this guy listens, gets OSC, then there's some sort of logic that knows how to deal with OSC and to turn that into a flow that I can consume. Yeah. This is the channel abstraction. Yeah.
Because one
This
is
guy, this channel abstraction has to have.
What is the key of the dictionary?
The long switch that says, oh,
It's
if
one, two.
the thing I'm talking to is OSC, then I need to handle the data in this
Yeah,
way.
but
if it's
going to any
me,
media
then
server?
I need to handle it in this way,
And
or
when
I
you
need to
create
read
a
it from
dictionary,
here or from there. And
The
so on.
key
No.
is name. Okay, so
I
that's
think
the
this channels, the channels are protocol specific in that case, because the channels are provided by specific implementations of this.
Yeah, but then we don't end up with one uniform
What
channel
does it
type.
say?
that just gives
Why
you
it's not
data.
connected?
We have the OSC channel and the MIDI channel and the.
Each channel is not enough. It's not enough. It's the exact thing that already exists in the model.
I should cast it, or?
Channel.
That's okay if I do that.
No, maybe we can just continue the generic.
Switch.
That might be,
No.
in order to manage it.
Don't touch
it.
Do you have the
But anyway,
loopy MIDI, virtual MIDI to
those
look back?
channels.
I don't know if
No,
I
it's
can-
not.
Implementation that I was thinking about. It's just like a behavior, so it's just one concrete class for channel. And I just want to manage a whole bunch of them, organized in a certain way. Be able to access them by an ID. And then there are ways to, you can now bind to them. Now access them. The channel.
I guess you need to restart before, huh?
Or you can.
Yes. Or I don't know.
So
Yes,
what's
yes,
your
yes.
job as a implementation of the MIDI standard? Well, to allow like to describe bindings
This is zero.
channels.
Okay.
If you set up
Demo time. Demo time.
you need to set up bindings to channels, and then MIDI server binds to a channel.
Did it work? What did you say? I didn't notice what is up here. What are we looking at here?
So
That?
Oh yeah, okay, now I got it. Now I see. Now I see.
Maybe a way to.
It's a set item, one dictionary, the other item, my voice.
I don't know, this can be handled automatically or one specified certain path per parameters, because we're talking with other people, what very specific cards out there. And now you have this one row that describes the white binding of one parameter. And now about listening to messages over the network or sending messages to the network, and that vice versa, matches to the
What is that
channel
keyboard?
that is already there.
What is that keyboard you're using? The keyboard. What is the layout?
Mapping.
I'm used to French layout.
Oh, you're using French layout.
It's
Okay.
something that is already established.
But everything you
Amazing.
said is happening locally, right?
Can I see the patch from someone?
We want to see it. We want to see it. All the bindings and synchronizes the video with the channel.
We want to see it as a kind of manifest your thoughts.
Yeah, but I think don't expect that we are happy.
Yeah, you will not be.
Yeah.
I'm sure you made something.
You know,
I don't
how
know
it
what
is.
you made, but I thought we would make it. See what's going on.
Because they are thinking in the way that these modules provide the thing.
I know. I saw them.
And that's not.
I mean, this is the first thing, no, the first.
I know, that's all good.
Okay, so.
We don't have to agree.
There is an interface, right? Which is iServer. Now just give me your. Now here is a dictionary of string to channel, so we don't have a advanced channel type, no, complex. We're just using channels. So the way that a server can, what it can do is, okay, I'm having this. I have available these channels. So it's a dictionary of key channel. So like we have an OSC implementation of this server where to every one of those channels, for each one of them, this channel get used with a for you react to this, you send through OSC, right? Because locally here we configure that each one of this channel is mapped. If you go outside in the patch.
But that's just the server, right?
That's the server.
It's just sending.
Configured with these two channels. The first one with that tag, okay, which means that it will be sent over OSC with that address. And the second one is this other address that they correspond now to the same name of the channel details. On the other side, we have another server, which is the MIDI server. There we can still say, okay, we have two channels. So with this, there's a name at the beginning, so we can identify that. And inside the server, we see that for each one of those, we build, again, a dictionary that goes from key to channel.
So that what is MIDI channel? Or is it
Just a type to, because here locally, the server knows more about what I want to do with that channel that I'm exposing. Internally, I know that that will map to a MIDI channel, no?
Okay.
So it's like technology specific.
Naming conflict if
Huh?
MIDI doesn't call channel, so no need to separate it.
Yeah, MIDI channel, idea of MIDI, and name and dash. I promise. It's a cha-cha.
Cha-cha-cha.
Yeah,
There's a bug over the channel, I guess. Yeah, you can't.
we did it like that.
You just continue, basically.
No, I mean, wait. We did it like that.
And then it was running.
No, it's not working. It's not working.
Doesn't that be cha-cha?
I think you disconnected the LFO.
I disconnected
The LFO.
No, but it's, yeah, no, it's just connected to the first one there. No, the channel. There.
Hey.
Did you press F9 or?
No,
And then connected again to the switch.
no, it says no. Yeah,
Also,
because that guy is no.
Yeah.
Why? That exists. Why didn't you find it?
you check the channel, get channels. Is something coming out of there?
Only one?
Why? Go inside the MIDI server. We have two channels there. And why? it's a
channel 0.
Ah, yeah.
Fine.
The 101.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the LFO face. That one. Yeah. So the concept is that internally the servers know what to do with the values that are streamed the channels, no? One sent over OC, and this one sent over server, over MIDI. The consumer outside down there just say, okay, I want to connect to that channel, to that server over that exposed channel with that name, and I send the number there, right? And that's why you can switch between the two, sending to one channel or to the other, because it's totally agnostic about the kind of technology that's implemented in there. Outside, there are just channels, same thing. So once we are sending to one channel of the MIDI server, and then we switch into the other one. And in Shatan, that we are receiving on the two different things. So this was just, to check that this is the principle. From the consumer side, you don't want to know how this gets sent or transformed. You just want to deal with channels and read channels and write channels.
That's more or less the Shatan way to do it, right? In a way,
It's,
that,
I don't know.
at that place where you actually set the value, you have the option to switch to that or to that channel. But you
can target.
There, you target the
channel you want.
server or the MIDI server and select a channel from there or from there.
So there's no a global dictionary that everyone points to. You literally connect to a server, right? Through this common interface. That is what guarantees you that you can talk to everybody.
not
And we go back into media
sure if
channels.
I'm happy with that.
But just to
Why,
say,
why
This
is,
is
why
also
would,
channel
why would
flows.
you
This
go
middle guy.
Channel is just a
for
MIDI channel.
channel
Yeah,
system?
it's confusing.
And
It's like the MIDI channel, like in a MIDI
which
specification.
represents
It's
the
just an
actual
integer.
parameters you want to think
Just
about.
leave it
The
as zero for
ideas.
all the channels.
Yeah, because I'm writing
Without
to channel
always
0 in
thinking
that
about,
case.
the channel.
either you do this or you have a complex data type or channel where you also set who is
Here you're
exposed to this
creating
channel and where it comes
DL
from.
channel
The consumer
instances,
needs to know this.
which are type
Where I
specific.
want to take the
Where are
the
these channels,
parameters from.
like
Yeah,
instances
of
on this
course.
side?
When you're at the
That
terminal,
created in the MIDI.
you want to know,
Ah, this would be.
okay, I
Channels.
want to have this
It's created
because I
here.
know that it's coming from OSC.
For each MIDI
So I
channel,
should know,
for each
I should have
MIDI
more information
specification channel,
what-
I create
where
a
I wanna
VL
target.
channel, which is like a
It's
value.
important. So either you-
a value observable, and I store it in the dictionary, and then the interface.
You don't want to lose
asks me
information
to give
about where
a dictionary
this is
string
coming
to
from.
channel, which
Who is
is what I generate
is
here.
But when is it they're going into this
know
channel?
channel food is kind of,
It could.
leaving
I
the
guess it
information
could.
I wrote.
No, I
right
mean,
to
but
channel
how is
food
this
leaving
number
my
coming
machine
here?
to.
Because
Nobody's ever writing into this
No,
channel.
because it's an observable, it's like a subject. You know, the subject thing, so
Because I
you
want
can
to-
push
I
to
want
it
to
from
control
somewhere else,
what
and
I
everybody that
reply
listens
for-
to that will react.
Where are we pushing?
What I
If
get
I win the
over-
war,
over
think about the user perspective. You have a
Let's
device,
forget the switch.
yeah, controller, media controller.
Ah, this set value is a channel.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
you want to know, okay, I want
Now, from the dictionary, I get the channel
controller,
1, which is this one.
right? So
And then if the value in the dictionary is a channel, so then if I go in the channel category,
Yes.
I can set value and
Connect
it pushes the
your
value
channels
back.
to that device.
It pushes the value upstream to the server, and the server receives that here and says, okay, boom,
Right.
boom, media out.
Or add more information.
So this is why
Channel
at
itself
consumer level,
saying,
you
this is
just
channel with
know
anything
floats,
I want.
and this guy is responsible for the actual
Server,
MIDI job.
say, so that is
The downstream is just floats.
So still we have a centralized place with all the channels, but each channel knows more about who is the author of it, and you know. Or the other approach is that you can connect directly to server. So you can check what's available there. This often maybe reflects better the physicality of things where you want to have, I don't know. Or maybe not, maybe not. Yeah, patch page or control, and well, I think of it differently. I just want to have the ideas of the parameters modeled as channels in a global dictionary, and then this is my ideal world. This is my everything I care about, and then I can dock to that with different servers, and there it's about binding server to different channels of my ideal world. So every server doesn't manage and doesn't create channels, but it server is something that manages bindings to certain channels of my global set of who's creating the channels. That I can do from every UI I want. Yeah, but I wanna create a channel, and at the same point in my UI, wanna create a binding to the OC server, but still it's different things.
Can I
One thing is
make
the
one?
channel, and the other thing is the binding to the channel.
I can give you an example in Ingo, we did it like this. We said, I have a slider control, for example, and it takes as an input a channel. So I can already give it the channel it should communicate with. If I don't do it, that's the point a little bit. If I don't do it, because otherwise I would always need to set up a channel and the slider to actually get something going. But we decided, remember, that if you don't do it, the slider will make an ad hoc channel. It will give you one. Yeah, but we decided that because I was even against
do
it.
that.
We did do that.
No.
No, there's a channel coming out. No? What? Look at you, you decided, no? Yeah, it's a channel coming out. I'm pretty sure there's a channel coming out. No?
Let's see.
The only advantage is that, no, I'm saying, it's fine. There was several revisions.
And that's basically what we're talking about here.
But anyway, we have
some
some
automatic.
The main point is that you are feeding a chat back in the days. Let's take an Elementor widget. It has observable output, or of what type is it, observable or?
It's observable. No, it's subject Elementor.
And in Invo, we just try to rethink everything and come up with something new and more easy to use. And the idea that there was just you want to be able to also do bidirectional data binding and so on and so forth. So with the Elementor widgets, or with this pattern that the widget produces a channel, there you have this idea. Okay, the UI thing is the boss. It produces values when you interact with the UI, and then you can subtract it and change the model. But there's something like there you have a boss and someone reacting to it, and then you have to think of another way of binding to that UI in order to display the actual value that is in your model. You know, you have to connect downstream and you have to connect upstream in order to get this bidirectional thing going. And the new idea was then to introduce channels that are not just behavior subjects, but already have a protection mechanism somehow, so that it's no matter who is pushing the UI or the controller, your patch, it's just you get a synchronization of both. No, it doesn't matter who is setting the value into the channel. The idea is the channel is up there. It's an ideal thing. It's an idea of a parameter, and you connect to the UI, to a controller, maybe to other things. They are all connected to this one thing, and you only have one idea of a value stream. You only have one idea of what should be displayed everywhere, or whenever one is setting a value to the channel. Well, it's the same channel. Everybody reacts to it. So that's the thing. We can have a look at the invoice, but it only was in the 5, and but that's the main idea. And maybe at some point there was a revision where we output the channel that we connected upstream also downstream for. So
I remember that I was against it.
You are not talking about the detail nobody can follow, but this is
why
the main idea.
But you just install the new
really
because it doesn't exist.
Channel
We have to build it.
And this is more or less the same idea here. I'm proposing the same thing, that the channels are somewhere already there, and we have consumers.
I agree.
And controllers connecting to this channel.
This was just to say that on the consumer side, you don't care about the technology, no?
No, because you are now, the thing is, the point is.
I know. Here you can't connect a channel to two different
already
outlets.
created channel, the media server already created them, and that's basically Sebastian's arguing that's already wrong. It shouldn't be this way. It should be the channel you create on your own, and you connect the media thing to that channel. As you connect the UI to that channel, as you connect whatever. Everything, basically the form, the patch form in the end is this.
Okay.
Everyone is basically treated the same way. They are all treated in the same way. It's fair in that sense. The other way around, like it's hatched right now, is I already have the feeling like the media server up there is the boss. He created the channel. You know what I mean? It's already different. The system and now the UI is already looking like this. I have the media server and the UI down here. But that wasn't it. Wait a minute. And when you be very specific and say, no, channel always comes from upstream, then we end up with a structure which is still fair. Where we have UI, media server,
whatever else, and they are all clearly communicating to this channel. And it's, you see it in one book, that's how it does. The other way around, we already run into this problem that we start building it wrong. We get into this wrong feeling, this wrong perception that this channel lives up there, which it shouldn't. No, that was the point, I think. And then we saw it in the English that it was very important to make this little point. But actually, also so. Now we, forget about it.
Format issue.
And so basically, it only means that the design, the node design is different.
Yeah.
We have a meeting node then with the, basically we would have a meeting node where which on the parameter says, okay, what's the meeting channel, what's the meeting node, what's the meeting, is it an on or an off? All these parameters come in, and now the important part, a channel comes out here. And suddenly, it's all clear. Suddenly, cool. He basically writes to that channel through that media address. And it's suddenly, makes sense. It's already then expressing exactly this translation from one word into the other. And it's all there. You don't need you don't need all of this. It can just be one node. You don't need something.
Still, there must be something up there in the sky. It's more or less, just like you could have manual channels, or you could come up with this one repository of channels, and that you connect to your. So maybe there are two overloads of that binding. I don't know, and you could connect to this repository of channels. Then you have also another pin where you specify the path, which channel should I bind to, and then the address of the MIDI, or you just feed the channel itself, and you only have to specify the MIDI channel. Roughly. Show me the part.
In that case, the channel pool is not disconnected from the server. And I think what Sebastian proposes that we have this channel pool, and then we
hook data
the servers,
providers to it.
and then we kind of have bindings between the channel and the server. But
which means that two data providers could write to the same channel.
Or you can write to a channel that gets sent the OSC and the meeting. That's the point. Yeah.
And so that's why we said at the beginning that the channel needs to kind of somehow
But
know,
still, when we
know that, but it's just happening on another layer. So we just have this binding abstracted. So that's
where is this pool?
Another entity uses like a registry.
It could
Exactly.
be just a singleton that, no, but it could just be a
To
singleton.
prototype, you mean?
For now, it's maybe not shipped with
singleton.
Wallet, but with Kairos, but we can move it over. It's a singleton, it's a global directory, maybe wrapped in a data type, that's so that you don't have to type it everywhere. It's just this one channel pool. I don't know how to call it, but it's just there, it's a single.
Channel pools.
I mean,
Pools.
shall we prototype it?
Already used.
Directory, I think.
Go for it.
To reuse.
I mean, it's so trivial that.
Yes, because then you don't need to connect anything, no? You just.
I need a beer. It's too emotional. Finish the fucking cube. This guy. I mean,
On the cross channel what?
I always call it directory
Directory.
or registry, but something on those lines. I think directory is more literal. Like the active directory in Windows.
Is it the hub? The global channel hub or directory? What naming before I catch?
But
You can always replace.
Directory hub,
channel hub registry. Registry. I don't know.
To me, hub sounds like it is receiving and sending data.
Yeah.
And this is not what we want to communicate with that. Registry.
Registry, not registry. All right.
No, this is good here. This is fun.
Sure, why not? That could be the outcome of the day, no? Yes, working prototype.
Once a beer or
Alcohol free, please.
3 beers.
No, free.
Alcohol free, okay.
I go with you.
But yeah, which one? What is that?
Okay, I take Red Bull.
Sebastian, you want to be? Yeah. Focusing as well?
Yeah.
Look, Martin, Red Bull.
They have
What is it? Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Something your
Eva, and started like,
Okay. Lars, same alcohol as yesterday. Yeah.
So, und der baut auch wieder Schäden gut, ne?
What's called again?
Also die ganzen Schildersachen sind dann alle richtig. Und die Notes sind ja auch eine IT, die dann unique ist. Auch dann stark und so. Das wird wieder. Oh, das ist cool. Scheiße. Da kommt es jetzt rein. Ja, das Buch rein. Ja. Ich würde das mal vom Handbauen, und das man erstmal weiterkommt, wenn das checkt, so, aber wenn es funktioniert. Wo baust du dann, wenn das geht? Dann ruft er immer das Return auf und das ruft dann immer zu laut. Das ist aber das Gleiche. Oder hast du dann schon gebaut? Aber du brauchst mir eigentlich, hier hättest du da, ne? Genau, das ist schon gestimmt. Hier hättest du da, wenn du dann immer so reinleiten kannst. Genau, im Prinzip, ja. Ja, das ist was steht in der Tech-Tooling. Ja, es muss ein Konstrukt sein, also nicht viel kommen. Dann wird es hier reingegeben. Wir können es so machen. Na, weil das ist ja die Factory, dann macht der Erste dazu und dann wird es. Okay, aber dann was machst du jetzt noch? Na, hier baue ich jetzt gerade eine. Einfach immer hochzählen. Statischen, ja, schon. Also hier ist das jetzt die beste Lösung. Was Higher Level zu haben und was passiert, weil es bleibt das konstant sein, das würde nicht dazu weg, wahrscheinlich. Ja, das geht dann noch nächstes Mal wieder, weil die beim Bootstrap sozusagen das statische werden auf Null. Also die Objekte werden neu kreiert, aber die statischen
It's channel generic, right?
Und bei neuen wird die ganzen
Non-generic.
Das wird wahrscheinlich
It's the float for now.
Crashen, aber das ist mal So, steht da, was man dann sagen. Und auch dann müsste man mal gucken.
Er müsste ja jetzt eine IT-Cable kopieren. Müsste die Kinder jetzt eingeben.
Shall we make data type?
Wenn du ein Value einstellst, dann wird er ja da eingebaut.
Parameter.
Wenn du connectest,
Ja, dann auch gleich weiter. Hier wieder den Fehler reinbauen oder so.
It for the first time.
Good, sir.
We have a help patch about concurrent dictionary.
Believe in magic.
And that, no, that sounds interesting, but I don't know how to use it. It's concurrent thing.
Now.
Prost, salud everybody.
aber das hier fürs
Cheers. Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers to the channels.
Yeah, to the channel registry.
Ja, die Scheiße ist vielleicht kann ich das ändern, weil das ist
Sounds like an 80s
kann
band.
man noch jetzt einstellen.
Channel registry.
Aber ändern ist immer das
Yeah, the 60s version would be Randall and the channel registry.
Sebastian and the channel.
It has a nerd. I don't know.
Ja, deswegen überlegt man irgendwann ein neues Interface.
What now?
Factory 2.
So I create channels.
Use geht halt dann nur für 4
Okay. Okay, get it. And then it's up to the OSC thing to take whatever channel and transform it to in the OSC world with a slash address and whatnot. Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Let's say for now.
Das macht ja Sinn, auch hier den Kontext zu haben. So oder so.
Ja, es
Oder vielleicht sogar das für die Kunst. Also man weiß,
ja, eben, jetzt kommt es
4 geeks looking at one guy programming. This is something
Yeah.
special.
also das System muss jetzt die Kinder, die damit eingreifen. Genau.
Me, you've seen that picture that there are 4 guys looking at one.
Concurrent dictionary. Concurrent dictionary channels up there.
Most explicit way.
Name wäre ja auch.
And we're looking at it like it's an action, you know.
Another photo. Yeah. Can connect an LFO. I love the part where it connects the LFO.
These are my channels. Cross my register. I can connect the channels to my server or can connect
Geht dann eher auf, das
to my
ist
server. So here we have server.
Und dann Clash.
Man muss es doch so machen, wie das Thema schon mal vorstellen. Vielleicht ist es so, aber das kommt dann auch. Jetzt erstmal die schlaue
Ja, das Coole wäre noch, dass es halt über sehr ewig bleibt. Länger bleibt. Was passiert jetzt? Das passt denn fest.
Ja.
Mit einer italienischen Tastatur.
Ja,
Extra Challenge.
we are feeding my channel. That's a good also. Oh, let's.
Name?
Channel. Controller. Target channel. You know.
Then there's
You react and send.
some mini binary.
And how do you define the control change number and stuff like that? Where does
Do it here.
Ah, okay, MIDI binding is yes. Okay.
Das ist der mein Eltern. Dann ruft sich man noch auf und dann weiß.
Wherever MIDI binding contains the name of the channel you're interested in and how you want to publish it.
Kann man aber bitte programmieren? Hallo, ich bin auf Batterie. Ja, einschreiben. Erstens mal. Meine Windows Update
Parameter key is not a spread.
Also beim Wegpassen haben wir nicht damit.
The blue operation.
It would come from the binding. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Nein, das ist leider. Das ist ein Scheiß.
Isn't the binding what describes what you want to do here?
Yeah.
The binding contains the data type there.
Ein Mux mehr kein Scheiß bedeutet, aber das erst gut eingebaut. Und die GPU ist auch CPU. Super energiesparend, das Ding, weil er hat gesetzt.
But I can also use
Die Arbeit ist völlig egal.
channel.
Das zweite muss
Ja,
ja erstmal.
das ist so geil.
Das zweite hat er gesagt. Ja, weil ja, das Graphic Framework.
Yes, Gott sei Dank ist
Yeah, you will connect it to a UI.
das für die Firma hat das gemacht. Die selten ganzen Vulkan-Scores und
What is that?
The repo is not cloned. Even not.
es geht eben immer bei den M1. Kannst du.
Ja.
Du musst das umbauen. Nee, ich habe noch keinen. Sorry, der nächste.
Ja.
Also, das ist noch 5 Jahre, das ist nicht dein Eins. Das ist noch nicht
Preview.
Deswegen hier kannst du auch Windows haben. Aber bei neuen
Free, not free.
jeder Paradise.
No, there's no nuggets yet. You have to clone the repo and build it locally. It's fine, it's fine.
But what is the binding? The MIDI binding. What is it? Inside there. What is that?
It stores the channel
And the parameter key.
Ja, ich habe Angst.
I mean, sorry, not the parameter key,
It could just start a channel
and the target.
and the
Deswegen würde ich immer, ich spekuliere doch immer aufs Pro, weil es nur der 15 Dollar ist.
Ich finde es so doof, dass du dann 9 Pro jetzt nicht hast.
Das ist nicht so scheiße. Das ist echt fake.
Wenn du noch, genau, wenn du den machst, der M1 Pro ist jetzt den Wissen haben und der hat nämlich keinen Touchbar. Den haben sie nämlich komplett einmal so gebaut, wie sie die alten Modelle gerade gebaut haben. Und jetzt sind sie wieder zurück und damit haben die da irgendwie raus. Ich habe so
die User sagen immer was anderes, ne? Die sagen das, die sagen jenes.
You don't have to use a capital.
Die Jobs mir, der sagt, nein, das ist
At some point, you had to use a capital letter, otherwise.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So just
If you type, back then, if you type string with a small s, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't actually tell it does.
Da macht voll jemand Sinn.
Yeah.
The types are not correct inside.
To make a path. And
Channel-
also I didn't know this. And I
It's
couldn't
not
find
channel
it.
string,
Once
it's
I saw
channel
you actually
flow.
But that's
It's not documented.
Genau, dann ist es ziemlich besser, ne, im Gebrauch. Weil wenn die Leute dann, das können wir den Schulleute immer noch gehen, können wir ja so einen Intensive damit machen.
With the cache region.
Because it's in the college from.
Ja,
It's not even cache.
Weißt du noch, beim Debug,
Just do it once.
die Schwester, am Dauern habe ich
Whenever I call
Ah, Breakpoint.
Don't get
Ah, you're not calling it now.
Also das ist halt so, ey.
Der Beats ist wieder eine Escape-Taste, weil als wir ganz am Anfang gemacht hatten, haben sie einfach die Escape-Taste gemacht. Das ist kein physischer Key für die Escape.
Also das war auch auf der Touchbar.
Ja.
Ja, was ist da? Ja,
Na, aber eben, du willst ja beim Debuggen willst ja ruhen auf die App. Also da kannst du, das ist das Problem bei der Touchbar, du kannst ja nicht ruhen. Also du kannst dir deine Hand nicht packen. Ja, du musst die mal hochnehmen. Völliger Krampf in die Finger. Das wirklich auch anstrengend. Du hast halt keine Tasten da drauf. Du kannst eine Touchbar haben.
Yeah, I wanted to write extra.
Ja, aber keine
We did.
Tasten.
Yeah, actually 2 weeks ago, yeah, to remaster the robot just because it's fucking up. I created a class and it was by default it was on and then it was
Burn like web requests. That's because you created it.
Yeah,
60
exactly.
times a second.
Man muss halt dazu sagen, das ist halt bei Apple, damit die F-Dateien.
Can you go inside the target channel once more? I forgot how it's inside this. The channel registry. The class.
Also lass mir deine Entwicklung irgendwie
Inside the channel registry.
ja, das ist wahrscheinlich das Debug, ist halt nicht auf den App-Daten, sondern halt irgendwo anders.
Yeah.
But what is, in 2 words, what concurrent dictionary, why is it better than mutable dictionary? What's the difference?
Also das muss man auf der
Let's say,
Ah.
so maybe this thing in general,
dass die App Designer nicht über die Windows
it's a global available thing, maybe you want to access it from different threads.
Okay, cool. Okay.
I remember Yorick was doing it in the VB mastering stuff.
Okay.
Because the one opera was having other threads, so that was using the.
So it has a block thing.
I guess internally.
Sebastian, so this one has like a memory lock type thing in there, so that only one can be in there at the same time.
What? The channel, what?
The concurrent.
Concurrent. So concurrent, whatever means that it's right side.
Das ist das Smartphone.
Aber ich respektiere das.
Ja, aber jetzt eben damit mit die M1 an die Chef von Büro,
völliger Mac.
Juliated that one in Max.
Aber bin sehr neidisch.
Ja, ich auch. Ich hätte mir tatsächlich, wenn ich jetzt nicht den hier geholt hätte, hätte ich ihn jetzt
Which came as like, what are we looking at? Actually, so you know that you know what you're doing.
Aber jetzt mit 9.net ist es zumindest. Die haben es jetzt.
I mean, look at the faces.
Die Prozesse sind nicht dabei.
No, I mean, for yourself, when you see that picture, like, what are we looking at?
Okay, aber
7 kommt jetzt nächste Woche.
wenigstens ist es quasi.
Also prinzipiell an der Stelle geht es schon mal. Hast du natürlich noch was machen. Aber ja, es sind natürlich so gemeine Sachen, weil du musst dann. Ja, geht schon los. Wie ein Haufen so Sachen, die dann irgendwie von irgendwelchen C-Libraries abhängen, dann muss man überall voll aufpassen, die alle mal kompliziert. Für den ARM-Prozessor. So, geht noch nichts. Also bei ganz vielen Devices wird es komplett ausfallen, aber ist ja egal. Das wäre schon. Ich habe jetzt immer zumindest vor Monaten habe ich schon raus, endlich wieder Schiene weil das war auf Linux war.
Looks like name of something.
Name of a place.
No, name of someone.
Decke sounds almost like bakery.
Das ist Umlaut.
Wir haben es irgendwann so laufen bekommen.
What channel is this? Integer.
Ja, auf alle Fälle, das war schon mal cool, das war noch vor 10 Jahren. Also das Entwickeln schafft jetzt schon super. Also wir haben ja mal die Lizenz, die
Update is sending and receiving. Ah, okay.
Und dann haben wir ein schönes Rider runterladen.
What? No, you have to give one.
Genau, Git Rider, das war super.
What is controller number?
It's like you have 16 MIDI channels, and inside the channels you have 128 control number that can range from 0 to 256. I think. Is that it?
I don't know.
I barely use MIDI. I think it's 156 for MIDI.
100.
128.
127.
Yeah.
Oh, 0 to 128.
Values.
Ja.
Die Microsoft Server kompilieren das auch, du kriegst dann immer auf den neuesten Ding sein und so. Das haben sie alles irgendwie richtig gemacht.
And so with update, you want to send and receive at the same time, which means that you do MIDI as well. No, but I mean, that makes sense because then it means you're going to have a process node that has inputs and outputs, kind of like in Rabbit. Yeah.
To also receive and write the channel.
Yeah. Yeah.
But in this case, that but in the case that the channel is assigned to send, but also the device comes out of the 4H reactive, then when you send, basically. Could we look at the patch once more?
MIDI server.
MIDI server. Yeah, so you're setting up, you're assigning the device
And the MIDI binding.
and you basically
So for each binding, you have to specify the device.
but the device is not always a specific, no?
No, it's yes.
But I thought that you just send it there and the device is once specified and create or whatever on assign create device. Set device.
Yeah, but so it means that if I want to send like 40 MIDI values to the same device. Every time I have to specify this device, there is not like a global device like we did in the previous thing. Like
Now he can set device once and then.
Yeah. Yeah, but like this MIDI binding is a process node, no? In the end. Or not?
That's a class.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Thank you. Ah, it's on the MIDI server. Oh, yeah. Okay, my bad. You said it on create. Yeah, okay. It's not part of the operation.
Still, I think that we need an API to have devices and servers.
As a general VM.
Because this is too limited. Yeah, you can't say anything about the channel solution. It's too generic. You can use like your complete, you wanna send this over OSC over this channel. How would you do that?
Like he's doing.
You need to talk to the guy that is responsible for it. You need to ask him because I want to use it, right? You can't simply, okay, create a channel with this name, and then what happens? Nothing, just a channel up there. Someone has to react to this and understand that this channel was created with that purpose. So
It's like a chat room, right? You first have to create a chat room, the people who are interested have to join it, and then communication.
that's what I mean. That should be like an API, a common thing where we can communicate this information and this need around. Right?
Like, give me an example.
The one that I just said, like, wanna send this value over OSC with this address. And so, yes, for sure, we'll create a channel in the registry. Still, it must be the OSC server that needs to create a binding there, right?
Yeah.
That is taking that channel and sending over this address. But how should he react and do this thing? It's because you should be able to talk to him.
Yeah. To the server.
But this is just a registry. This is like another component, element, entity, whatever you want to call it. On top of that, you could build this other guy. You can say, okay, I want to talk over MIDI. This guy talks to this thing and says, okay, create a channel, a MIDI server, bind it to this channel, and we're ready to go, you know. But this is like another entity in the system.
Yeah, still, I think there's too poor this channel. There should be more information. Like, it would be cool to be able to have an authorship for the channel.
What?
Authorship. Where, yes, someone needs to send or see something and talk, doesn't register anything to the registry directly. It just talk to the OSC server saying, I want to send something over, and this guy create a channel into the registry, saying, this is my channel that I create for this purpose, so I can enrich that. So anyone else around, when he checked in the registry, he sees, okay, these are all the channels there, but we can also know a bit more, saying this was created by this.
Why not? Yeah.
You could get that already from the.
I mean, here we now have just a global way, I mean, a way to access the channel registry, which is currently just a dictionary for channel, but of course, this could be richer, no?
Exactly, this is what I mean.
It doesn't have to be string to channel, it could be rich channel.
Parameter. Yeah, this is one another architecture. I like it.
Or
just not enough
or
to
we
express.
can have, like this channel, we already know that we need an ungeneric channel interface. but we can enhance it and tag stuff to it. I mean, it could even be as stupid as being able to have a tag property of that object where you can just
Yeah,
hash
that will
I mean,
work fine.
That's
maintainable and scalable. Yeah.
No, but we of course can add some properties there.
This was just to say that to come back to the final usage scenario. No, we have this simplicity in connecting things. For that, you need to have knowledge about who I can connect. Who I need
This
to
is why I
talk
was
to.
suggesting this entity that has a list of available servers.
Yeah.
And you talk to this guy, and this thing tells you, oh, there's an OSC server. You say, okay, I want to establish connection with this guy. That guy will use this, create the channel, and give it back. You know, I tell you, this is the channel that we can now use.
I mean, we could even have another dictionary here
of servers.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
this
I
will
don't
be
know
the will be the registry, which offers like channels and servers. But still, there must be like an interface.
we need a
interface for
server interface that says,
push.
That you can.
these are the channels. Channel is the wrong word now because you're using it for this sort of thing. But I'm a MIDI guy, and because MIDI we know that it has these nodes and these characteristics. But if it's an OSC server, these are or a NetMQ server. These are the topics that are currently existing. That you can talk on, right? Because you need this information. Or OSC also. These are the available message arguments. Yeah. So.
I mean, we can try to do an iServer interface.
That's what we have.
Yeah, just copy over there. So it's just a way to have a send and receive as you just get MIDI server, and you have the server. You can set that to the server there. No?
I want to bring more next time. I see that we had a good output.
Stack.
I have a couple back home still, like in the we'll have some more.
But still, it's a very common scenario where you want to have like yours. That's why you should manage more networks, you know, create channels.
Yeah.
Like eventually, but I don't know.
Yeah. Not sure.
What? The movie is still going.
Should I see something?
No, because you're not sending properly.
Are you sending?
How is the MIDI server?
But are you?
What is in there?
One binding.
MIDI out.
Maybe channel 0, control _1.
Yeah, you should.
And what is sent?
You restart, advises sent.
And what is this guy listening on? Like
The loopy MIDI interface.
MIDI channel 0 or
CC0 channel 1.
You
Yeah.
restart already.
From the node or from?
Channel 0 CC1 or CC0 channel 1, whatever. The first thing. I'm a professional.
No, what is the?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you go back once, what is it? What is the after apply? What is the next pin? At pointing.
Controller number. Set it to 0, maybe?
What is? Shouldn't it be 0?
Yeah.
I don't know, I saw that on this other scan.
Ah,
Was there also 1?
So here we have
1.
Name 1, channel 0.
channel 0.
And name it 1. Oh,
yeah.
the MIDI is not working.
Yeah. It is working there.
well,
Maybe you should disable this one, like a stop.
oh. Is it that you access the MIDI out in 2 different places?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the other one was still running.
Stop and start.
Yeah.
I wanna set this binding.
Yeah.
I should
And can you go inside, see the nodes that actually send MIDI?
call it update binding, which is what?
Nothing.
Can you over the pins?
Send and send is this.
Yeah. So this is sending the value. Yeah. Channel 0, controller 1. And device, what is the device?
What is the device?
On the MIDI out? Loop B internal MIDI. Fuck. Can we have a look in chatting? Maybe it's a chatting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're. Oh, it's not updating on the
It was CC0.
on the canvas whatever.
So if I go there.
It's been working all along.
No, okay. Yeah.
So ship it,
Yeah.
sell it.
Most people guys did OC in half of the time. Not really, but
And your patch looks nice. They did have some expressive.
Okay, we are. No, I think it's the server part.
When you teach your students, do you talk about patch cleanliness?
Oh yeah, we have this every half an hour. We have 10 minutes that I should clean up. There's a cleanup timer.
That's a very good thing.
Yeah.
Control L, Control Shift L.
No, I don't tell this to those
I
things.
remember.
Like you should manually move things around and make it clear.
There was like for Note 17, there was a suggestion to make like a patch cleaning context. Like you
Yeah.
get a messy patch and you have to clean it as fast as possible. And
Yeah.
then README was like Control A, Control G. Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, I even like my nodes to be like the vertical distance between them to be
Yeah, that's
exactly the
true.
same.
Yeah.
Control
No,
Shift L.
meaningful vertical distance. Meaningful vertical distance. Not
Also,
just
yeah,
vertical
like if
distance.
they're
Yeah.
like contextually close, then they should be closer, but for example, for me, the minimum distance is I manually get the nodes to touch, then I
And then-
move
Yeah,
one up
yeah.
and then shift up.
Yes.
This is the minimum
Oh my god.
acceptable
Thank
distance.
God
Also
I'm hearing
horizontal.
this. I was thinking I'm sick, but now I hear that. I think
I
it's-
think the three of us have the
I
same.
hate it.
We are all sick.
Because every time York changes the UI, somehow my old patches that were perfect are now like this node slightly wider and then that.
There's
my
this thing
lines.
that sometimes you cannot align the link with a pin. Sometimes
This
it's
is
just like,
so annoying.
Yeah.
so you have to make the node a bit bigger. so that
Yeah. No, but in the beginning it was also not with the pads. Like the pad would get would go a bit
But
further.
still,
Is it not?
if you try to align the pad with the node, the pad ends up.
Not as much as before.
Yeah, but still not perfect. I once told York, I know you hate us because you haven't fixed this. I don't hate you.
I even sometimes change the name of classes to make the nodes like the size of
Mm.
or like longer, because they're coming from a.
What are you guys up to? All quiet over there.
Fuse shit. Fuse stuff.
Use stuff. Important stuff. It's value and success. This is horrible. You flip them over. Thank you. You also use this vertical stacking in. And you could align triangle, track it out. Oh yeah.
I know. Let's do something. We shuffle this. We shuffle the scramble this, right? And then we make the competition. Whether you get that one up there first or I solve this.
Okay, but where in this thing?
Yeah.
Or like that?
No, that I don't know. That one looks. I mean, I don't know, but I guess that one is easy.
I have no idea. Okay, I'm feeling confident.
Oh, really? And how are you with the sides? With the other stuff?
I haven't tried that much. I guess you're saying the knees are good because I guess it damper more. I used to try and learn this thing because there's a given set of moves, right? If you want to move this corner to this side, or if you want it to rotate on itself, there's also like all this.
Yeah, but he says a left. I don't understand. I don't understand how.
Because the thing is, these.
They can be
different,
okay.
right?
They,
So,
yeah, because the thread goes out from this side.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
so
it's only about what ends up left and what ends up right.
Yeah.
So ready?
Wait a second. I can technically look at this. Okay. Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ja, das sind so die Sachen, ne? Eigentlich, wenn es abstürzt, ist es wahrscheinlich sowas. Also man immer, ja, wenn es so halb abstürzt, ist es entweder Stack Overflow oder Extra. Ja. Und alle anderen jetzt noch eine schöne Exception. Now this is going to be a ach so, memory corruption.
So what did you guys do?
I'm trying to get this thing in there. I mean, Sebastian made it work with its registry.
Done.
You're too good. Congratulations. What is the basic technique?
Basic technique
I was
is
trying.
you can do this. You can this, and then
It helps.
yeah, it helps to really align that, and then
As it looks like it's not.
another basic technique is like this is the grip, and then you can, or you can start.
Oh, the back of the thing.
This. And use your knees. You can when you pull it up, and you can get the use your knees to
hold your hand, I guess, no?
Not my arm.
Yeah. That's kind of more yeah.
I'm sending it too high up. Huh?
Yeah, I need to get a feeling for the weight, and try to focus. That was pretty close. When you pull it up, try to really pull this straight. Man, nice.
I'm done for today.
Yeah.
No betting with you anymore.
Good teacher, eh? Using this project where they modified and Rubik's Cube. It's built with servos and an Arduino, so you can scramble it as much as you want, and then you put it on the table and it starts assembling itself.
No.
So, yeah. It knows how much you rotated it, which way, and so on, and it's
But
just
then it's
undoes it.
really cool to see.
Yeah, yeah, it's
I've seen those that a robot would solve them.
yeah,
Yeah, and we were supposed to make one. We almost did, but COVID happened for one student
that
exhibition.
robot had to go home.
I mean, we are not allowed to leave them. The robots there. But I didn't know this when I installed it.
There's a set up, like a limited amount of moves that you need to know, right? It's like, I don't know, 16 potential
No,
moves. or
not
something, no?
necessarily. There are way more. You can mix things. It's not always a fixed one. You know, it's like, how do you go home? Depends where you are.
I don't mean how many moves does it take you to get to the end, but rather conceptually, like there's moving this corner down there, there's this middle guy down, this middle guy there.
Yeah.
It's like a given set of moves.
Yeah. Well, if you call them utilities, you have some utilities that each of them, they are like sets of moves. Like for example, they call them righty or lefty, and the righty is like they say it's a RU R prim. And it's like, for example, if you hold it like that from your side, they say it's from right and C, and then if you go clockwise, it's R. If you go counterclockwise, it's R prim, and then the righty is R U R prim.
And change
then
this
change
guy.
that. And then they say when they want to call this, they say righty, and you do it like this.
Whoa.
And basically it's like a combination of three moves. And then the opposite is like the same, but the opposite, so it's a combination of three moves again. Yeah. That one's relatively new. That's why it's a bit.
Right.
Yeah. But that's actually three moves. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And like it's not, I don't know what you guys for it, but to me it felt like it was something that I wouldn't figure out on my own until I learned these moves, and then it was like, okay, I know how to assemble a car. But if you just give me all the pieces, I wouldn't have known.
I think that's,
Watch this
yeah.
video.
The thing is not about like there are some formulation that you learn them, but it's not about it's like you have a set of utilities that you can use them. The important thing is like how and when you use what. And that's the beauty of it, because you can change it.
Yeah, it's gonna be different.
And that's gonna be fun. And like there's this competition that who does it faster. I think that's not the point.
Also, it's not equally randomized every time, right?
No, never.
So how is this a fair competition?
That's why they do like a combination.
Like so it's the best out of 5.
Yeah, the best of 3. The fastest is I think it's like 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, but you probably had a good starting
for scramble. Yeah. And I think the fastest that the robot did is almost a second, but it cannot be less than this because there are physical limitations to move this thing. And it's not about the formula itself, but like really, it's not about how fast it is, like how efficient you do it, which is the most efficient way, is not the fastest way.
But what is efficiency in this context? The less amount of moves or what?
Not necessarily less amount of moves, like the way that you hover, like for example, it's like the fastest way that you can do it is that you do it like the face, like the lower part, and then you do this layer, and then you do this layer, and then you do this layer, and then you do that. Right?
This is fastest.
This is the way that you want to do it the fastest way. But
How
then
much
the other
harder
way,
go back? Go back.
This was the other one.
Yeah, but still go back and change this input. This is the burst.
and then the
Right input. Change it to release.
And it's both.
Or at least release. The skip should be deleted.
And then there's some people that do it like different ways, like I fix this one, and then I this one, and then I this one, and then that one. Where they limit themselves to certain moves. Like I do the right thing as long as I can, and then I go to the left as long as I can, and then I go to the top as long as I can. Which I can play around with. Yeah, and that becomes something addictive. And like I can do it with one hand, which only like it takes very longer, but I'm able to do it. Basically, you have so many things. Like you have to like basically just stop everything else, and then you can focus on that. So you're gonna do what yeah.
Can you do like? Can you keep track of where you are? Like if you like, I've seen guys that look at it like blindfolded,
crazy.
and they just go.
That is crazy. I can do a step by step. Like I can look, finish one step, and then I have to look back again. Yeah. Like I can say, like for example, I can finish a cross without looking.
So you could, for example, let's say this corner in the wrong center, right? Needs to go.
Yeah. The thing is, you don't you move the corners, but what is actually you hold on to is the center.
The center,
Yeah.
So that's what I was saying. This. So this corner, the blue is on the right center, but the white is on the wrong face. So you need to.
Yeah.
I'm getting that.
And also, like what is the opposite? Like if just what you have here.
Yeah, 6
and
and 1.
You just need to know like these two, then you know the rest. So this is white, and this is basically yellow, and this is the red one, and the other is orange. And then if you're out of the red and orange, and then it's green and blue, and perhaps I don't know, either opposite is blue or green. And then from then on,
You try the ones with more than 3 by 3.
Yeah.
Is it the same set of moves? No, it changes.
Not at all. There are also different shapes. I gave it to
pyramid.
Yeah, my colleague, one of them, he has a son, and he was in the office, and he really liked it, and I gave it to him. And then next time he came, he brought me different one, and I think this is known to be the most difficult one. And I still up to this, I couldn't solve it. No, it's like solving is like taking care of some kindergarten kids. Like you take care of this one, the other one take this one.
Herding cats.
Adam, what are you doing?
from your patches.
Let's see the hash of this. Das geht mir richtig. Das war das, also, genau. Wird schon gut gehen, ne? Ja, also die Wahrscheinlichkeit ist, dass
Was have you seen enough?
vorkommt.
In terms of amount of food, the lunch, it's slightly small.
Well, but at least you're not like.
Yeah, it's true that. Yeah. Ready to eat soon.
Ja.
Now.
Wir machen einen Podcast. Musst du noch anchecken.
I didn't send this sooner, but it's here.
Do you still want to record, or shall we just?
So what I, well, first of all,
This gets server type.
I'm sketching that thing. Just really like thinking of the use case scenario.
So I want to have this. Something that would on the floor.
So I'm trying to whatever you are, you can access the you said there. And you need to add channels there necessary to the register. You can just say I want to bind it mechanism and say get the channel. There's no channel, create one.
Das könnte sein, dass es sozusagen Minusart ist.
So that automatically you get channel and also bind.
Of course. Aber die Eins ist auch mal irgendwie ganz hoch. Halt die 4 Milliarden irgendwas.
Oh, cool, okay. So, but yeah.
Ja, weil auch nur die Pizzen abwächst. Am Anfang hast du das verloren.
Yeah, ich habe gar nicht mehr nachgedacht, dass man sonst global way to share
Services.
yeah, server. No, to get me server.
Du hast ausgelöst damit.
I can
alles.
yeah, just get the server and cast it. I was trying really to go step by step and seeing at the actions that I would like as a user. I know there's a user server, I get it, and I ask you, okay, I want to send over this to this channel. Then I want to create a file. That guy takes care of if there's no channel for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no channel there. It's just wrong here. You just create this binding here. We know there's a channel already. But there is no channel there. We just want to have a binding with this. Suddenly there is a channel.
Dass der lebt nicht neu gebaut ist.
Ist jetzt noch.
Echt?
Ja.
Manchmal finde ich es aber
Main the channel is what? Where is what is main? That's the patch category. Ah. Yeah. Forget about it.
Potential issue
F4?
with this approach, Nathan, is that if I have a typo, I will end up speaking alone, right? Like I will end up with a channel that's not the right one. If I write, I don't know, and think of a typo. So, if I type brie instead of beer, it will get me to the brie channel created for me, and I'll be there all alone, thinking I'm in the beer channel, like from the user perspective, no?
Well, if the channel doesn't exist, maybe you should just come. It should be a difference between that you want to create a channel and you want to access the channel, you know? It's like they have the same story with the node browser. You just type the name of a node and then into like your finger, you click on whatever, and then it creates a process, you know?
Yeah.
So that's I think that's a user thing that either you want to create a node or you want to access something already existing.
Yeah, what is being automated here is that if I want to send a message.
If you make a typo, you think you're sending to the
Yeah,
right place.
exactly.
And
You
actually
think, oh, it's
created
all right, and
something
then you
for
have to
you.
go through your patch trying to find
Well,
where I
I
wrote
think
the
the
wrong
point
name.
is that there shouldn't be a possibility to make a type.
Then. So either you pick from an enum. Or
Yeah,
so-
it's about the UI, no? It should be
Yeah.
something solid there that these are the
Prevents you.
options, no?
Yeah.
And you pick from there.
Yeah, okay.
So
So
that's,
you pick it, you don't type or you don't
Yeah.
search it in a way of like.
That's why, I mean, it would be cool to have this dynamic enumeration that we are data. That was cool because dynamically you could create these entries and you would pick from them.
Yeah.
That discrete.
And this is something that could have, right? This is a global thing.
Yeah,
Could be
I
other
dynamic
There's a new way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's this.
But at the same time, you don't know exactly what channels you want and how many you need, not necessarily. Right? You still need to be able to. I think the best way would be to. You want this thing that the channel gets created.
Yeah, this is a non-problematic version.
could be solved in the UI.
Yeah, UI, yes, yeah. Or it could
Doesn't
become
have
more
to be
problematic.
right in there.
The fact we need first to solve it in the UI.
But anyway,
But still,
now we have two different approaches. What approach do you prefer? Like,
I think that we just need to make sure this approach is okay if we also have somehow some knowledge about what's available, right? So, because otherwise, imagine that there's no dictionary of channel providers. We would have just a list of stuff. Either we enrich the information per channel so that we can still interpret that. Okay, if the path is the name of this channel as blah 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 and then slash, it means that it's like a describe a data type sort of structure, right? Or some MIDI server one slash. Then from there we can in the UI we can reconstruct a tree of options. You know what?
No, because the channels are not sorted by the servers. The channels are just independent.
Yeah, that's the problem. No?
Yeah,
We want to have,
metadata.
from the user perspective, we want to organize these channels in our head. We want to say, we need to understand, okay, I have that device, I have that device. Yes, of course, they will contribute to channels massively, but still I want to think.
That's the question, because there might be several servers like really pushing at the beginning when I start the installation, some server initializes my channels. Afterwards, some device pushes to certain channels. And then there's, of course, the MIDI and the OSC server listening to the channels that
we saw from today, most of the times, you just want to bind something to a device channel. That's quite very common. So let's try to solve that.
Okay, but I'm just saying there might be scenarios where
Yes, of
where
course.
it's
But with this
where I have one
architecture-
channel connected to several servers, and then already the idea to sort channels by server doesn't make any sense anymore.
No, I'm not saying that. There's still this independence. You can still also declare this abstract channels. I think this architecture is okay, it's the right thing. I'm just saying that we need to make sure that we make information available about who is creating what, like about
Who's
the
writing
purpose,
it.
about the purpose of the channel. Because most of the time, many times, there is a purpose of the channel. We create them for a purpose.
I could imagine
Having a
some
key which is richer.
parameter type that is made up of a channel and a list of servers that are connected to that channel.
Not only servers, because potentially you can push from the client also, no? Into the channel. This was part of the idea.
Yeah,
So one is like a
with
list
servers,
of
I mean both directions.
subscribers or whatever, people who are.
Authors and subscribers.
But what is the difference between, okay, the subscriber
But
never
that's
writes?
Just
important.
stuff that is
From the UI
bound.
perspective, I just want to know, okay, that channel was contributed by that device, right?
Or these devices.
Or the-
I just want to know which are connected right now to this channel. In some
every
way or the
client
other.
is connected to the channel, right? Every client is connected to the channel.
Yeah,
So we are not interested in who is consuming, huh?
maybe.
Yeah,
So
maybe we
with
have
that-
two fields then.
Exactly.
So
So like
ins and outs.
authors, but I don't know, and
Yeah.
In and
whatever
out.
names.
Yeah,
Whatever.
author and
just to give this
subscriber,
information,
whatever.
pass this information.
we can store that information. of course. So that if a server or a client or whatever connects to a channel, adds binding to a channel, it also
Specifies a name or some identity.
leaves some trace in there, in the channel itself. And when it disconnects, then it
And then
removes itself from
In the
that.
channel itself.
In the channel itself, there is some information, not in the channel, sorry, in the parameter.
some information is about the type. So that eventually we have some upper node that gets the type and creates their output pin from object outside you get
The actual
concrete
type.
type,
Yeah.
like I'm doing Kairos. No?
That's what happens inside.
Yeah. So,
So yeah, metadata, who is generating data, or who's writing, who's reading. Maybe a description for the purpose, like some.
Yeah,
exactly. So is this something that science could be like an extension of this channel thing that you added to here? To think about it like that?
I'm not sure. If maybe it's just part of the channel, or it's again a wrapper that uses a channel.
Yeah,
That's
a channel.
I'm not sure about the modularization, what that you want here, but I mean, if it's just about some few very clearly defined properties, we can just put it into the channel type. But if it's something that evolves over time, and maybe a wrapper is better, and maybe it's not a quality thing, but just if you think about it, maybe Kairos is the right library to define all of that, and Kairos is just the name for all this channel or parameter registry stuff. Every or there's a certain binding kind of library that's outside quality that just feels
so
like
generic
that.
that it's not even, it should be really something independent of Kairos. So generic, so.
But is it a quality thing?
I don't think so.
Okay, yeah.
Because it's such an important
Also
feature.
possible. And if it's a quality thing, then it doesn't matter. If it's inside the channel, if it's properties of the channel, or just this notion that
a channel is globally available, is attachable to servers, has some meaning, and so on. And all this, maybe it's more than a channel, and it's a wrapping type. I'm not yet sure about it. Like channel is currently very comparable to observable that has some bidirectional capabilities, or I don't know, it's a little bit cuter than the behavior subject, or I don't know. It's on that level currently. And if we now add the idea of servers in there and in out, and
It's just an
maybe
array of objects called attributes. In your wrapper, you can choose what meaning you give. It's just a generic placeholder for metadata, but you don't have to commit to what that metadata is. Like a dictionary of key object. That's called attributes, and whoever uses it can decide. I mean, maybe that's already something I should do in the wrapper.
It sounds like something that is not completely clearly defined yet, and I'm a little bit afraid to put that in a column because it's more like a framework thing. It's like a new idea how components interact with each other. And maybe this is something you want to design in a library that is outside the column. I don't know. But there's this topic. Is Kairos just one repository that produces several nuggets, like Alchem X, Layer X, Kairos? Are these the three nuggets that get produced by the Kairos repository? Okay, maybe there's a fourth. Maybe there's some new nugget that also gets managed by this project here. No, this is the project where it's all about data binding and all these tools working together, and maybe this is just part of that initiative here. For me, a repository is about a work initiative, a project like this, where it's about a certain topic. This is covered by a repository where, you know, it's about working together, and Nougat is more about consuming stuff. And that's why I would say one repository for this whole thing, initiative, and several nuggets, because you want to have one nugget that is very central for data binding. And you don't want to have Kairos, maybe you just want to have the binder feature. And if at some point this is completely defined, how this, then we can also ship the nugget with VL if this is not changing anymore. Just, then we move
and
it
you don't
over.
need to build it into a core for it to ship.
It's just easier to work on something when it's not in the core. Then, you know, everybody can contribute and change stuff.
Just make the core live public. What can go wrong?
We should do that. Seriously, we should do that. Let's see what comes out.
So it doesn't make any more sense, this iServer interface and more about shared dictionary of resources. Or how does it work when you create a BL UD extension? In your batch, you want to still access the MIDI extension.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
For whatever reason that works, I don't understand why. But like if I have a singleton, that lives in a VM.
Okay, yeah, singleton then.
Yeah, and then from the extension I can access it.
Oh, no, yeah, the other way around.
Ah.
I guess it's the same, no?
Yeah, but why would you? Because the extension, you define stuff in the extension and you access it in the
So
document.
they share the same singleton, right?
Not following.
Huh?
I'm not following.
If I say, now I can access in the server because it's part of the same register, no? But if it's in another extension,
Das geht auch schnell.
like the expector, the
sozusagen
sounds, and the extension,
You can see it.
would it still be able to communicate with it?
Okay, that's what I'm doing with the asset browser and stuff like that.
Okay, it's a singleton associated to the instance. Like if I have two instances of UAV, will they both see the same registry? Or is this not?
No, but extensions are only available in the when the runtime is running, not when you export stuff. Maybe you want to have all of this and export it as well.
I would say this registry is something you talk to over local network, or you know, like this is like a server in its own. That you have maybe one in the whole network, or maybe it's just running locally. It doesn't matter, but it's separate. It's like a cloud service.
Yeah, so basically, the executable should basically export two apps. Right? The extent, I mean, the extension should be an app that itself, executable, and then they communicate with each other.
How did we end up in with this
Just trying
extension
to
stuff?
practically, do we need a registry on the server of the service to be able to, from the patch, from the user perspective, ask, okay, I want to communicate to the meeting server and ask for something. Can I access this meeting server? Do I know that there's a certain server? How do I know?
This is the concept that I was trying to push. Like you have this entity that when you create a server and you run it, when it's active, you register to this thing.
This registry, no?
Well, this registry is more about the channels, and now it's evolving into this other thing. It could be separated.
Still, so we would need a central place where everyone can look at.
Yeah, but I don't think this is a single thing. I think this is a
Could be
process,
different
like
singleton.
XC, or you know, an instance of before that has this information, and everyone talks to this guy, probably through some network, like the HTTP or you know, whatever. So everyone who wants to know about the servers has to know how to talk to this guy, and then you get this information. Who is there? What servers are available? What channels are available, and so on. And this guy, all of this is handled by this thing. You know.
I don't know if there's one type registry or if there's one channels node
Now
and
they
the
could be
servers
completely
node.
dependent,
Yeah.
right? Because they don't relate to each other.
No.
That was just for convenience.
Hmm.
But still, you know, there's a convenience knowing having a central place where we can register servers.
But this thing you would need to manually know where to look for this guy, right? Whether it's in the network or it's written in a file or it's whatever. Your client.
And just my timeline can search for the source of the sound. Look for checks, okay?
But yeah, I'm just not really following what exact problem we were stumbling upon now, because we have this idea of a singleton. It's easy to come up with this one singleton, the other singleton, and extensions can connect to this singleton, but also exported apps can connect to this singleton. So maybe it's just we have a channels
And that's my
node.
question, like you have 2, 3 instances of DVD and a singleton of this registry. Do they all see this?
No.
this is per D4 instance.
Yes.
So the singleton thing doesn't really make sense.
Why not?
Because this can even be distributed over, you know, you want to know all the channels, maybe in a multi-device setup. And you want a single registry for all of them. You don't want one per machine. You know, maybe in this list you have a channel that's on that server over there with the OSC, and another one, this other machine that's sending NMQ and so on, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know if there are several apps that you want to export and they all should have the same ideas of available channels. Okay, that's a new task for me. But for me it was always, if you export one app that maybe has some
So that
stuff included
in that case,
UIs,
you will need
maybe,
to put manually the servers as nodes into your patch, right? This is what I mean. Yeah, once you put that in the patch, they are available. They register themselves, and this will guarantee that when you export, they will still register themselves into the app.
Yes.
Okay, so they need to be manually put in the patch. And there's no other mechanism, right? To still contribute to the running thing, even the executable, without putting stuff in the patch.
No, come on. No. What? Just this stuff. If you access the registry from somewhere, from some operation, this construct makes sure that you
Everyone sees the same
access this, be it a channel registry or a server registry or a registry that covers everything. But this is it's available, and then you can call any operation on that available.
What about the servers? I want to have an OS server which is completely where shall I put it? What is it? Is it an extension? No. Is it the executable? Won't be active. Is it something? So if I want to have it, I need to put a node there.
Yeah, or you just come up with some idea like what servers are available. Oh, there's no VV server available
Like for the
yet.
channels.
Like for the channels, you try get
If it's not available,
or with the entity component system, I don't know, you try get server of a certain type. If it's not there, you create one. Like with the components, try get component of a certain type. Yeah, and in this case, yeah, okay, you would maybe need to check which servers are already there, or on startup you just create all the servers because they're maybe lightweight, because as soon as you don't use them, and you just place these nodes everywhere. I don't know. It's not a real. Is it a real issue? I mean, you could, yeah. Get MIDI server, just
like how to declare servers.
now it's a process node.
How to declare them, like are those nodes that you put in your patch? I think that's what they are doing
into an
operation.
operation.
No, and that's wanted to do it as something from an editor extension, and then you should be able to use it.
Where thing just gets created. Well, here it just tries to get it, but it could also, if it's not there, it just creates it. Call it whenever you need.
Yeah, but you need to dispose it or it's not so
The
easy.
server, well, if it's there until the application stops, it's maybe not necessary.
No, I'm just saying if you do a try get, and if not, I create it, then you have no idea when to dispose. That's why.
No, who else is doing try that? So you can't dispose it, then you need to track the lifetime. It's getting a little bit. For sure possible. So,
There could be a model somehow, I don't know. Yes, it's just getting late.
but you are getting into
you could
different
just
issues now, no?
describe
Has
what you
nothing to do
want
with
and
anything.
add this wish to some entity that just hands this thing over to you and manages the lifetime. I don't know. You just wanna specify that you want to have a server, and this registry that manages the server manages the lifetime of the server. It should, I mean, maybe we don't need to overcomplicate it. Maybe it's just there then. As soon as someone asks for a server, it's maybe there until the application stops. I don't know.
Anyone thinking about food?
Yep.
What are you thinking about? What calls you?
What?
What calls you? Are you?
Shall we wrap up?
I think it's
Blues. Yeah, it's nice to hear what happened today.
Yeah.
Wow, really?
There you go.
I'm still sharing.
Yeah. Some fuzzy search.
So, shall we wrap up the day? What happened today? In 3 words. What is it? The first. So, yeah, we started from throwing on the table some topics, right? And we then with some more specific subtopics. And then we got lost.
Bad news.
No, we went into the morning. We started thinking about, okay, what does it mean, like binding, data binding? Basically, was the rabbit hole, no?
Yeah.
That's where the thing goes.
Suck the black hole of the morning. That basically was reinforced by after lunch showing the tools, where again we were looking at just thinking at data binding, right? So today was about data binding, so which is a side topic. It's also connected to Kairos, but more generic thing that we imagine when we think about tools, no? And extension before. Yeah. We brainstormed, and then at some point we went very deep into how this could be related to the VL language itself, and what are the implications very deep there, what kind of very close to VL. That brought nowhere. Is not our domain also, and also because they say that before really tackling that thing, there should be some internal discussions in V14 about certain topics. So we say, okay, there's no point to continue at that level, the discussion at that level. So let's go back from the user perspective and say, it's still meaningful to discuss about this topic, and let's see if there is another way to look at it that would still be very helpful and useful for us, that we are library builders, but doesn't necessarily connect so deep into the language. And so then we started to, we thought about this channel language, like a feature, and it would be just this way of sharing and streaming data between
every possible client, whatever. And this could mimic already very well and replicate certain patterns that we recognize in some of the software that we looked at. And so, yeah, then starting to particularize this channel topic and thinking that there's already this channel that we implemented before. What do we need more? Then we introduce this registry so that we have, yeah, first there was a discussion what kind of architecture. It needs to be like a centralized thing there, or we talk to some channel producers or providers. We went for this centralized place, which is a registry for the channels that we sketched, prototyped, and works. And then now we were, again, going back to the user perspective, saying that we want to simplify all these certain ways that we want to operate this channel. Like how do you, in few clicks, how do you are aware of who is producing or using these channels, so that you can directly ask for services like, I just want to send this over OSC with this address. What are the implications of this simple action that the user thinks? How this really reflects into this architecture, this feature. And then we were starting to think, okay, there must be some registry also for the servers, where I can see, okay, what's available, and eventually, okay, I see there's a MIDI server, I can talk to it, and I can ask him, okay, I want to send, or OSC server, I want to send this value over this address, and this means that we don't create any channel, or maybe we just ask this to that specific device that it takes care of producing a channel dedicated to that, where everyone still can contribute to, but also in that server is already being used in a specific way, with a certain purpose. So thanks to this, I would say we already have the possibility to think this advanced and simplified way, to create channels and also create purpose channels, like user-oriented channels, like with certain meanings, which seems cool. We prototyped it. Now they are part of the same registry, but they could be separate things. And so now, what we do with this? Well, we discussed also, maybe the channel probably needs more than a key, like a string and a channel, because we might want to store more information about this channel. Just the fact that the channel itself now is generic, but we probably need non-generic wrapping of it. We want to build a complete node set. So probably we need more than just a string as a key. We need a parameter, which is something that, okay, we already can attach more information to it. We can describe it more, okay, what this channel represents, which really mimics the Kairos track. No, there's a track, a value, a layer, which has a parameter where it describes what's the type, and what's the name, or possibly what's the target of that. So just to say that we can think that there's a global registry, we can register channels, and we can describe them. Maybe saying who produced this channel, who is using it directly. Like the servers could just say, I'm using this, flagging it in a certain way, so that somewhere I can simply look at, I can look at this registry and say, give me just the channels that are used by the OSC server. So basically, they build again this graph of what's available there, what channels are there, right? Because I can add information to this channel. So we didn't implement this; it's just an idea. But I would say this is a good prototype. And maybe this is already like a topic that could not part, but say this is already something that someone could take care of, no? Like a task, like a little branch of the project. So we could literally put this already in the repository as the project, as a sub-project task, and then we would define, okay, who wants to take care of this and do that, right? What else?
Yeah, and it's not only the fact that we as library developers can't modify the way VL connects to the channels and so on, and how the data binding works. I think also the motivation that you sometimes want to dynamically create channels, which is like more offers more possibilities than just focusing on how DL creates maybe channels by data types, by properties, by IO boxes or pins. And so the system we built is a little bit more, it's more dynamic than just focusing on this binding to DL. Yeah. So in my opinion, it's like now we have this entity,
Multi-purpose.
which is a little bit multi-purpose, and we can come up with different servers that connect to this thing, and the L server would be maybe one of those that binds the language and properties and whatnot to these. Ideal, to this world.
Yeah, because in a way, a property in a data type could be a channel with an address, no? That in that specific domain of the DB server get used with reflection to write into the data type. But that's something very confined there and just private that happens there.
Like the MIDI server was able to add channels on the fly and bind to them. Of course, the DL or VDD server can do this as well.
And Control K would mean that.
Exactly.
Would talk to this DVB server.
If it's not already there, create a channel
one
with that path
so that I can talk to it. So yeah.
That we could do as a task.
Yeah. Maybe we can. Yeah, we can. The next step, maybe we can have a look at the repository. First of all, maybe tomorrow we should discuss how to structure the project. I think also to do maybe concrete steps in that direction.
Maybe we need to continue a little bit, just a tad more, and prototype the parameter, which is this wrapping thing that holds the channel, the description, the connected servers, appliance, or whatever, so that we have this thing, and then we can compare this parameter to parameter you already have in Kairos, and maybe that's the same thing in a way, and then take it from there, because in Kairos you already have this idea that, and it's very clean and nice, that track is a combination of a parameter and a layer, and maybe if from this discussion, this data binding discussion, we end up with a parameter as well, maybe then it's more easy for us to make sense of this parameter, yeah, to compare the existing parameter with the new parameter. digest that it's just one thing, and how is now a track or a composition organizing parameters and layers. How is this? Is it necessary to do it this way? I think position is a bunch of tracks that are layers and parameters, or is this now organized a different way, or I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. What I see is that as a limit, a constraint is time. We have just tomorrow and Friday, and there are so many topics.
Okay.
And so then I would go back to the original idea. What should be the goal of this? And we need to just focus one topic like data mining and solve it, or saying, okay, shall we try to structure like a long-term project with a team, with tasks, so that once this kind is finished, we already have a roadmap and with roles and maybe tasks assigned. So beyond that, this like congregation here, this fellowship that each one of us can contribute to the project developing stuff. So I think that, at least for me, having a roadmap is a priority. A roadmap with some concrete things that we need to develop. And that roadmap would include all the aspects of this project. Yeah, development of the software, but also DevOps, and just trying to really to structure a project in what it means. Especially since we are a team, it's not a leader. We need to find like to organize. So that's why I was saying. Now we have a clear idea, a list of a path of the research, like this thing that we need to go still a bit more and explore.
Yeah,
but it's a clear path.
We can just jump to another point.
Before jumping there, maybe it would make sense to say that's where we need to go. We reached this prototype now, and we need to explore that possibility and compare with Kairos. So to particularize and to define, okay, wherever it will go, we'll take care of this. We should continue that path and explore that possibility, to help also, to define the direction. And then we could jump to another topic and say what's needs to be done here, and the UI side, for example, for me, like 90% of this camp should be about this fucking UI. And so I guess everyone is scared of thinking to this topic, but still we need to confront it and say, okay, this is another monster that we need to address or approach. And can we also, in that, how easily we did it today with this binding thing, can we also in that domain try to find, okay, a method, which is a method, the word method means on the way. So trying to find the way to go also in that, on the route, and find solution, I don't know, or at least define what are the problematics. And yeah, let's try together to make a plan regarding that topic. So that's why this morning we sketched and we dropped there some compartments, and so that's fine. Today we focused on one of them, and we came out with something very cool, and it's already a nice direction. I don't know, it's just a proposal. Shall we do the same for? Maybe we should prioritize, also find, okay, what's really relevant here? Maybe UI, something very relevant now, at least, or I don't know, what are the priorities on this bunch of topics? And maybe we could say we focus on one of them. And again,
as I was saying also to, I mean, we don't need to do it all together. Maybe that's also one way that we can optimize, no? To say we can split in groups. You are interested in the UI, sure. You too. You told me, no? The other you're interested, you take care, you take a responsibility. Okay, we look at this topic and try to, to understand the problematics in there. And then, and then we take care of another topic and explore what are the problematics there, and what we see as the, and then we report at the end of the day or whatever, just to confront with the others. Also optimizing this, because there are many topics on the table. Like the website could give a shit about it, no? Honestly. Structuring the project in the repository, maybe it's quite important, since hopefully after this camp, each one of us will start to contribute somewhere, no? So,
absolutely, like how we're gonna work together should be top priority.
Top
Because
priority.
if we don't define this now, it's much harder when everyone leaves.
It's a mess otherwise. That's something very important we need to solve concretely by the end of the week.
Yeah.
So that's already something that we need to do now. Doing this research on the data binding, that's really cool. We have a plan, but that could happen also next week.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah. So maybe tomorrow we could sit down again, look at this picture with all the topics and say what's relevant, what we can do, when can we do, we need to do this before the end of the week. So maybe that's the priority number one. Let's just focus on that, right? Maybe this is so crucial that maybe it's relevant that we all do this together and quickly. Once it's solved, then we can pass to something else and maybe groups or I don't know. Just 4 days, I'm really shocked.
Yeah.
It's really nothing. You think about the vastness of this topic is nothing 4 days. So that's my concern, no? It's really special that we are all here, and we know just being personally here makes a difference. So try to. So that was my suggestion. Go back to the whiteboard with all the blobs and pick what's the priorities, and then crush it. Like for example, tomorrow morning, we could just define once for all how the repository is structured and do it.
Do it.
That's it. Done. And then in the afternoon we can just go back, or at least decide together how to do it, and then the man here will start a new thread while we maybe think about something else. No?
Yeah. That would be more optimized.
Yeah, let's use multi-threading. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Who has the lock? That's it then. Thanks everybody for the day.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, every day.
Is everything recorded?
Yeah.
Everything.
But not everything.
We have a camera in the toilet also.
That was the final word. Bye.